never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight, 'cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that may be harm, can't go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper, yeah. Until the old and the science man come, 'cause them can't squeeze me lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Come on, if you guys heard him. Hey, sure. The wages and blessing never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight, 'cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that may be harm, can't go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper, yeah. Until the old and the science man come, 'cause them can't squeeze me lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper. Come on, if you guys heard him. Hey, sure. The wages and blessing never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight, 'cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that may be harm, can't go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper, yeah. Until the old and the science man come, 'cause them can't squeeze me lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper.
Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to each and every one. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. As usual, hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend for those who don't have to work. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. As usual, really appreciate each and everyone's support. So remember, when you're coming in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. Tonight's topic is PNP on the Move with your host, Maroon and Anne-Marie. And I just want to take the time to remind us about the upcoming protest on August 30th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Jamaican Consulate, the corner of East 41st Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. And it's Jamaicans and Friends of Jamaica to raise your voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare system, poor education, and all the other ill wills that's happening in Jamaica. And also wants you to go over and support Daisy Magazine. So you can subscribe to Daisy Magazine at Maxter, magzer.com/P/Daisy. So let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Laris Beckford, our moderator, thank you so much. Night after night, you keep asking people to take the live to a certain number and always asking people to like up the live. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Don Mel, Dorothy McCoy, Rennie Swaby, Dolores Logan, Charmaine Carter, Marva Dice, Hugh Robotham, Loris Bradshaw, Sam Allen, Sharon Bernard, Patel Cruikshank, Petra Alexander, the Isaacs family, Rosalie Ricketts, Melene Bowman, Angela 48349, Evelyn Michael, Falmouth Girl 2, Ricardo, Noreen McLean, Creative Minds. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. And Baron, before I hand over to you, I just want to read a few quotes in keeping with Emancipation Day. So happy post-Emancipation Day. Hope everyone celebrated well. Yvonne Joy, welcome. So the first quote is from Martin Luther King Jr., and it says, freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And also George Washington said, let us therefore animate and encourage each other and show the whole world that a free man contending for liberty on his own ground is superior to any slavish mercenary on the earth. Also, another one from Martin Luther King that I think is very resounding is, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. So I want to read that again. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. And we can see we're in challenging and controversial times right now, being oppressed by our own brother, who's supposed to be looking out for his people, but instead he's turned an oppressor as opposed to an emancipator and caring for his people and all his minions that are behind him. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to Baron for answer.
Okay, thank you, Honey, for that wonderful precursor there and those quotes, right, that aid in strengthening us. Now, as it relates to post-Emancipation Day, right, I want to make some reference as it relates to, Mark Golding's message on Emancipation Day that resonate, right, with all of us. And it is so funny that you have a prime minister who is so deceiving and so conniving, right, coming out on Emancipation Day, right, and spoke what he had spoken, right, as if, right, he had meant anything that he had spoken. We all know that Andrew Honest, right, and I'm not going to mince my word tonight, and that is one of the things that grieve me so much, that this man is just a conniving, right, con artist, right, and continue to just believe that, okay, he's the only person who has the best and smartest mind, and so then he think that, he can just go about and just tricking people, right? So when he came out and represent for Emancipation Day, as usual, yes, the Prime Minister of the country is expected to do that, but knowing to the fact everything that what Andrew Holness had represent, what Andrew Holness governance means for the Jamaican people as it relates to discrimination, as it relates to suppression and oppression. It's very sickening, right, to hear the Prime Minister, and really, and let me say this, people, I didn't even listen the Prime Minister emancipation speech, because it is useless to listen, right, Andrew Holness emancipation speech, whatever he says as it relates to emancipation. So as it relates to Mark Golding, right, I am going to play Mark Golding emancipation speech as it relates to how much that resonates with us as it relates to believing in our people, as it relates, and particularly where the Maroons are concerned. Just imagine Jamaica, and this is one of the reasons why I'm playing Mark Golding speech, because Mark Golding is 100 deal with political inclusion, and where he's extending his arm to recognize the Maroon as it relates to the Maroon Treaty, right? Now, if we have to think as it relates to what the Maroons, right, had done, right? The Maroon had, you know, as it relates to blood, sweat, and tears of people who understand the history, who have an awareness of the history, right? And that the treaty give them, you understand, such level of sovereignty, right? And here you are, no other government, right? And two administration as it relates to JLP administration, the Bruce Golding administration and the Andrew Holness administration, right? Now want to discriminate against the Maroon. And it hurts me to the core. But several things that Andrew Holness have been doing, right, that hurt majority Jamaicans. We have seen that where he signed the Simona agreement, exposing our children, right, to all sort of, you know, illicit and eccentric, right, behavior. I'm calling it for what it is, right? No, and that to me go against even, right, our core culture, right? I am not going against people, you know, I mean, sexual preference, right? But I am saying that you have to understand our culture and respect our culture, and don't, as a result of money, that you're going to take money, right, and just sweep our culture out of the door, right? You have to understand, right, the core culture and preserve the core culture of Jamaican people. But this is, and I make sure I do some research in terms of what we call crony capitalism and the encroachment on many cultures, right? When we talk about capitalism, you know, and that is one of the reasons why, for particularly me, I could never ever, right, support a Jamaican Labour Party, you understand, as it relates to their conservative methods, as it relates to, you understand, their capitalistic idea, right? And that is why I am a Manly Heights. I'm a Manly Heights coming back way, when we said Manly Heights, as it relates to the philosophy, coming way from Haile Selassie, coming through Marcus Garvey, right? Coming through Norman Manley, coming through Michael Manley, right? Coming through PJ Patterson, coming through Portia Simpson, right? Coming through Peter Phillips, coming through Mark Golding, right? People need to understand the intricacies when we talk about, right, democratic socialism. What does it mean? And tonight I'm going to go through the fine details in explaining it, right? So before we go there, we are just going to play Mark Golding, right, emancipation speech, and how much a Mark Golding government, what does a Mark Golding government means as it relates to the Maroons. Mark Golding government means, as it relates to the Maroon, to include the Maroon in our constitution so that they can, no, just imagine people. We are doing, and I'm going to play tonight and make people understand the trickery of what Malawi Fort and Andrew Holness, you understand, want to do. Andrew Holness and Malawi Fort want to reform a constitution and exit the Maroon sovereignty. That's what the plan is, people. And I am going to show you how much Marlene Malafort and Andrew Holness trying their endeavor best to exclude the Maroon. Just imagine in terms of what the Maroon had done, right? They had fought blood, sweat, and tears, and you're going to tell me our own black people, our own black people. And so then when people talking about black and white, people has to be careful when we speak, right? It's not every white people are evil. It's not every black people are evil. And it goes through all nation, good and bad. And so then you have to understand that you have to be on the side of good. Although Andrew Honest being black, Andrew Honest is a deadly viper. Andrew Honest is like a black mamba. Very poisonous, very deadly and very poisonous. And we're going to go through tonight and just explain it. So that is one of the reasons why I said, you understand, I have no interest in terms of listening to Andrew Honest, because I know Andrew Honest is a dialectic canartist, right? Now, so without any delay, let us get into what Mark Golding emancipation speech mean, and in extension, how Mark Golding government is going to move towards bringing the Maroons, right, within, right, an entry, and as it relates to enshrine, right, laws in the Constitution to protect our Maroons, because indeed they are to protect the Maroons, right? They are a sovereign group, and there is no doubt about it, right? As I spoke the other day, as it relates to Bruce Golding, reason to delegitimize the Maroon, right? And his reason to delegitimize, I'm not Bruce Golding, right?
Andrew Honest.
No, I am right. Bruce Golding, right?
Oh, Bruce Golding, sorry, I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
All right. So Bruce Golding, reason to delegitimize the Maroon is to say that the Maroon doesn't have any sovereignty because it is the Governor General, you understand, who, right, appoint the Maroon chief. And nowhere in our history, Mr. Bruce Golding, nowhere in our history that any Governor General had appointed any Maroon chief. I researched the history, right? Nowhere, and you are fundamentally wrong. And this is what you have done with your twist and your twine, and that is one of the reasons why you are the only prime minister that did not serve out your own term, because the United States realized that you are a trickster. You are the one who unleashed Andrew Honest on us, Bruce Golding. You are the one who unleashed Andrew Honest on us. You are the one who sold out most of Jamaica assets. You, Bruce Golding, and we are holding you responsible for that. And now you are sitting comfortable and even enjoying the recent raise that Andrew Honest himself had given you, right? All the wickedness and the evil, you understand, that you and Andrew Honest, right, have been doing. No, I'm wondering, because Andrew Honest resembles you so much. Both of you have big nose. I am wondering if Andrew Honest is your son, right? Why, you know, both you and Andrew Honest want to delegitimize the Maroon. What? To make crony capitalism, right, run afoul in the Maroon territory, taking out our resources. We have seen what Nigel Clark had done, you know. Your government, we have seen what Nigel Clark had done in terms of Nigel Clark, right, reduce the bauxite levy to 0. So then what, right? No Jamaicans are getting benefit from that. No Jamaicans are getting benefit as it relates to what Nigel Clark had done, right? The viciousness of Andrew Honest-led government, the viciousness, so many wicked things they are doing to black people. So many, but as there is a God above, trust me, you are going to lose this general election, and I mean landslide victory that you have never ever seen. And every day that you take to call election between now and then, right, you are going to be imploding more and more. Because the bottom line, in all of the deflection that you are doing, Mystic Sensation know the reason for your deflection. Even now, you have not come out, right, and have your statutory declaration certified. Right? You have an opposition leader who makes sure that opposition leader dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, ensuring that when it comes to him, right, revealing his statutory declaration, right, he had done it, right, respectively, to show you how Mark Golding respect the process and to show you how Mark Golding is in for checks and balance, unlike you, Andrew Honest. And what you are going to do, all the promises and believing that, okay, all right, people to overlook your promises and forget the statutory declaration. My platform will never, ever forget your statutory declaration. Every week from now going into the general election, right? The trial bridge that you're promising that, okay, all right, but money is there to fix and blah, 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 and all the promising and all the twists and turn that you're twisting and turning. Andrew Honest, your statutory declaration is significant because it hinges on illicit enrichment, and we want to know how Jamaican taxpayers' money going, right? So we are not going to straight into election. We are going to take your statutory declaration. Every week is the point of my duty. You understand? To speak on some point of your statutory declaration. And even now that I am speaking, mainstream media is just not pushing it because, of course, you control them. You suppress them, you oppress them, you muzzle them. PSOJ, right? For whatever reason, why the PSOJ just put Mark Golding in that position. And it was Mark Golding, you understand, going 3 consecutive years. And his statutory declaration has not been certified. You know the bang around what JLP would cause, right? You have seen Big Mama even go to the extreme of telling lies. You understand? Just to show the level of desperation, because you know what, Andrew, to show you how wicked you are now, right? You have Big Mama, you understand, on a string, and you're holding the man tax. You understand? You're holding the man tax debt over his head. So Cliff Hughes cannot do anything, you understand, apart from what, right, you want Cliff Hughes to do. You understand? And you and your government have that sort of tax debt over his head, right? Because you're not clearing it for him, you know. You are not clearing it. This goes to show you how vicious you are. But I hope Cliff Hughes realize that, listen me, Cliff Hughes, you continue swinging for Jamaica Labour Party and having them put you in trouble, because you are going to be getting a lawsuit in Cliff Hughes. You are going to be getting a lawsuit. You understand? Because the Andrew Honest-led government, as a result of you owing over $60 million worth in tax, they have it over your head and suppressing you. We know that they are suppressing you. We know that they control you. You are fully compromised, and this is it in terms of when you play with the dictator. No, you owe the piper, and you have to dance now for the piper, Cliff Hughes, and you are dancing well for the piper. So continue to dance for the piper. I'm going to show you something tonight. Now, without any delay, let us get into Mark Golding statutory declaration. Evelyn Maker said, Andrew remind me of King Herod. Andrew going to fall. Yes, Evelyn, definitely King Herod. Right, thank you for that input, Evelyn. Without any delay on it. This man is vicious.
My fellow Jamaicans, every year on August the 1st, we commemorate what many regard as the most significant milestone in our nation's history, Emancipation Day. This day holds profound meaning for us all, as we remember August the 1st, 1838, as a date which marked the end of a brutal and inhumane period of our history, after centuries of enslavement of our people. It is a day to reflect on the courageous and heroic journey of the many hundreds of thousands of our people who had endured unimaginable suffering. We pay tribute to their unwavering spirit, their unrelenting struggle for freedom, and their unshakable belief in a better future. While the abolition of slavery was a significant milestone, the vestiges of that period and colonialism continue to impact a society even today. It is manifest in prevailing attitudes and values about our self-image, our family structures, our society as a whole, how we deal with conflicts, and so much more. We must work together to address those lingering effects of the past, to dismantle systemic inequalities, and to create opportunities for all Jamaicans to thrive and achieve their hopes and dreams. Therefore, the struggle for freedom, equality, justice, and economic empowerment is not just a historical event. It is an ongoing journey for each generation. The struggle must continue as we build a more just and equitable Jamaica. It is through this struggle that we honor the memory of those, known and unknown, who fought and died as martyrs for the rights and freedoms we enjoy today, who resisted the chains of bondage with courage and determination. Our mission is to build a Jamaica where every citizen is emancipated from mental slavery and enjoys the full benefits of freedom, freedom from poverty and all its debilitating manifestations, freedom from discrimination, and freedom to achieve our fullest potential. As we embrace these noble aspirations, we also recognize our personal responsibility to be good citizens of this land, to love and care for each other, to treat each other with respect and uphold our laws, and to work for the common good of our national development. The cornerstone of our mission must be the unity and togetherness of our people, encapsulated in one love and directed by the grace and will of God. We will achieve that mission because we are a great, resourceful, and resilient people. Even in the face of challenges that persist, we have hope and determination. We are a nation of innovators, creators, and entrepreneurs. We are a people of unbounded energy and unwavering optimism. I commit myself to working diligently and steadfastly to address the injustices of our past and to build a better society for all Jamaicans, a future where every citizen has access to quality and affordable education and healthcare, and is prepared with the mindset and the skill set to be productive and to benefit from economic opportunities for wealth creation and self-advancement. Last month, our nation was rocked by the awesome power of Hurricane Beryl. Many parts of Jamaica were severely affected. Communities were disrupted. People lost their homes. Schools and vital infrastructure were damaged, and sadly, people lost their lives. Our spirit was challenged, and our resilience has been tested. Yet, in the face of adversity, we have stood together as the entire nation rose up in aid of our brothers and sisters who are affected. I will say more of this when I address you on Independence Day. Emancipation Day is a time for celebration. It is a time to celebrate our culture, our heritage, and the indomitable spirit of the Jamaican people. Our heritage is the priceless gift of our forefathers, an unending source of inspiration and unity as we walk the road of national development. As we celebrate Emancipation Day, let us recommit ourselves to this noble cause. May God bless you and keep you, and may God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Wonderful message, wonderful message, right, from the opposition leader there, and soon, right, be Prime Minister of Jamaica. What a message in Mark Golding's emancipation speech. A leader for the people, a leader who deals with equality. And the essence of Mark Golding's speech, right, just captured two things for me, right? Freedom from discrimination, right, which is so powerful, and equality for all, of course, through democratic socialism. And it begs me, right, as it relates to the history of us fighting over 300 years, right? The series of discrimination that we have been through, right? And I am going to refer to one of our Black leaders, right, that is most powerful throughout the hurt. And his speech stands significant to remind us, right, and to remind all the powers that be, right, as it relates to crony capitalism who seek wealth over the people, who have no care and vision, particularly for us Black people, in terms of our development, moving forward in the future in a very progressive way. We have seen where, of course, the evil that dispel on us to destroy our education. We have seen an Andrew Holness-led government, not only once with UL Reid, but we will be giving you the history and the fact tonight that they had attempted it twice to flatline, to damage our education system, right? And we have seen Michael Manley, who had fought so hard in terms of increasing the backside levy in order for us to have free education up to tertiary level. And yes, Michael Manley was indeed a white man. Now what we see today, a Black man, Nigel Clark, remove that levy, putting our people in deeper suffrage. And not only that, we see Andrew Holness attacking our Maroons. This is Andrew Holness' political philosophy: conservatism, capitalism, crony, capitalism, neo-colonialist. But I'm going to remind Andrew Holness, I'm going to remind you, right, of one of our greatest leader, greatest speech here on earth.
Okay.
So let us remind Andrew Holness, right? Let us remind Andrew Holness where we are coming from and our inspirative leaders, right? That, you know, capture. Share.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I remember so clearly as it relates to the inspiration of our leaders throughout the earth. Haile Selassie, until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, then everywhere is war if that doesn't happen. And until they are no longer first class and second class citizens of any nation, until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, and until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, whether you're a Black, white, Chinese, pink, or purple. And if you don't have regards to the human race, then everywhere there is war. And until that day, the dream of lasting peace, world citizenship, rule of international morality, which of course Andrew Holness-led government doesn't have, then will remain but a fleeting illusion to be pursued, but never attained. No, everywhere is war. And I say, go, Selassie, in peace, right? And that's why tonight, we have to fight, stand in solidarity with our Maroon brothers. We have seen that within and amongst the Maroon, you have defectors who working against Richard Curry. But let me warn you, Richard Curry is one of those leaders, like Selassie, like Marcus Garvey, that stand on all resistance against the enemy that you have been fighting over 400 years. Now we have seen the transformation of the evil through Jamaica Labour Party. But we are saying that we stand in solidarity, to defend and willing and ready to defend any atrocities meeting out to the Maroons. We will seek the international advice. We will make the queries in defending the rights of the Maroon, and in so doing, defending the head of Jamaica. The Maroons' territories are the lungs of Jamaica. The Maroon territory captured more than 60% of our water basin. We must protect the Maroons. Have to. No if, nor but, nor suppose. We must protect them if we want to live healthy and wealthy. We must protect them. Now, let me show you how crony capitalism works and show you what is their philosophy and their intentions after coming out of slavery. The viciousness of crony capitalism and what Andrew Holness is following. Wake up, Andrew, you are sleeping. Wake up. So I'm going to play this next clip to show you a burden of proof as it relates to my research and what the capitalist, crony capitalism think about Black people and their development. Now, without any delay, people, I want you to listen attentively to this clip, because this is the plan. This is the plan as it relates to crony capitalism. Listen this attentively. 6 ways.
Oh, okay.
Listen this. Yes, my people, listen to the next clip. Very powerful, extremely powerful.
Making sure.
In Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished.
This is Professor Dr. Howard Nicholas, a Sri Lankan economist and social scientist. In the year 2015, Dr. Nicholas gave a presentation at the International Institute of Social Studies, ISS, of Erasmus University of Rotterdam, where he is also a senior lecturer in economics. Here, he is explaining why and how the Western Europeans do everything in their power to impoverish Africa and forever keep them poor. Starting with the why. The main reason why majority of developing countries, and Africa, specifically the Sub-Saharan Africa region, have always been a target for the West condemnation is for the raw material production. In his words, Dr. Howard says, the Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of advanced countries, therefore has to be kept poor.
Africa, historically, Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay, and Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else.
And since colonization, there has always been plans to stop Africa from aggressively industrializing. These are the 6 economic structures put in place that keep Africa poor. Hi, call me Louis. This is my spot.
Prior to Capado, the main pain point was time.
Deployments straight up failing.
This spot. 1. Foreign aid. Here's where money and weapons is given to keep Africa repressive regime systems in power.
Okay, we give them aid. Aid for what? Actually, we give them aid to keep repressive regimes in power. That's all. Okay, we're not giving them aid for much more except a little bit of infrastructure to make sure those raw materials get to the ports and aren't gotten out of the ground. But for the most part, we give repressive regimes money and power and guns to keep that system going. This is what it's fundamentally about. All the hypocrisy about transparency and democracy and bullshit like that, it's all bullshit. You know? And at least the Chinese don't enter into that bullshit. They say, we don't care about the whole political environment, we just give the money. Okay? And it's for raw material extraction, period.
Debts and foreign loans. Here money is lent to raw material producing countries to gain control of them with debt strings. Economic hitmen will also be sent to execute those leaders who refuse to accept the loans.
I was telling some of my students today, was it today or yesterday, about Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Do you remember this? Have any of you heard of this one? Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a book written by John Perkins, who used to work for a very nebulous, opaque bank. No one had ever heard of this bank, but it was formed in the 1950s by the IMF, the CIA, and the American State Department. And it had only one job: to lend money to developing countries that were raw material producers in order to indebt them. Once you are in my debt, I control you. Okay? And this bank had 4,000 employees, but no one ever heard of this bank, you see? But it would go to country after country offering loans. And if the president did not accept the loan, they were killed. And he gives 2 examples of presidents who were killed when they did not accept the loan. You see, the lending is also very important to trap the country. It's very important. It's part of that process. I teach in Suriname. And Suriname in recent times had a huge foreign exchange reserve. So big they didn't need to borrow money. And then one of my students who was very high up in government, he said, you know, the IMF is trying to convince us to borrow money from foreigners. Why? I thought, you know, sorry about this, but, you know, this is the game. And in the end, Suriname did borrow this money because the IMF said, if foreigners lend to you, then everyone will think Suriname is such a strong economy that foreigners are interested in lending to you. You understand? Before Lula came to power, you know, the previous president in Brazil, Cardoso, his predecessor, took a gigantic international loan. No necessity for taking the loan. Why? Because once I catch you with the debt strings, I hold you forever. You are my prisoner. Okay, so debt has been this huge spider's web which has trapped sub-Saharan Africa and keeps them held there. Aid, debt.
Monopoly buying structures. Here, few Western multinationals will collude between themselves and set to buy major raw materials while also setting the standards of what they need. From here, this corporation will have control and keep the prices extremely low.
This is for all raw materials and basic agricultural goods produced by developing countries. There are only 4 or 5 Western multinationals that buy all those goods. And they collude between them. So if you take any major product, these Western multinationals, they collude between them. Even if we go down to banana production, we had a PhD down here at the ISS, and the person showed that the 4 or 5 major multinationals, they collude, and in order to make sure their control is total, what they do is they force all the producers to produce the same uniform banana. You know, the crap you buy in the West and has no taste at all. You go to any developing country, you know how a banana tastes, don't you? There's so many of them, lots of varieties, but we only market 1 or 2 types. So we have control, you see. If you don't produce at the price I want you to produce, I go to the next country. You see, we get control. So these buyers, they impose that control, and they keep pushing the prices down and down and down. Okay, this is the game. No one says anything about it. There are no commissions of inquiry to say this is illegal, what you're doing. The WTO has nothing to say about this. But sorry to say, you know, if banana prices rose 10 times, especially for people like me who love bananas, okay, I protest. I like my living standards. Okay? It's the same with all the other raw materials, you see. We're all benefiting, we're complicit. We're actually complicit in this because we will protest and shout out if the situation ever changed.
International economic institutions. Here, the rich create the institutions to explicitly control the poor countries by keeping them producing raw materials, making sure they have recurrent balance of payment problems.
IMF, World Bank, WTO. We always think evil creatures, horrible. It's not. It's just economics. It's economic warfare. The rich declare war on the poor. It happens everywhere. It happens in a country. The rich control the government. Of course they do. You really believe you have democracy? Come on. You know, I mean, grow up. This is not about people living in democratic systems. What we have is the rich control. The rich set up these institutions explicitly to control the poor countries. And they don't give them much room for maneuver. Which incidentally, when the IMF starts talking of poverty alleviation, you should also understand that there's another game there also starting to play, which I'm going to come back to later. But what do these institutions do? What does the IMF do? What is structural adjustment about? It's about making sure countries keep producing what we want them to produce. We make sure they have recurrent balance of payments problems. You notice these countries never get out of balance of payments problems. You notice that? Whereas countries that never took IMF support are always out of balance of payments problems. But the countries that are continuously getting advice and support by the IMF, they're always in balance of payments problems. Why? Because that's the way we keep our stranglehold on them.
Destruction of food self-sufficiency. Started by colonialization and continued by World Bank. Once one has control of your food supply, he has control over you.
All right. Now, the significant reason why I played that clip is for us all in Jamaica to understand why the IMF, the CIA destroy Michael Manley, democratic socialism. And one of the reasons, the primary reason why Michael Manley was destroyed was to the fact that he raised the bauxite levy. And so then, as you heard what he said, as it relates to the IMF, giving us loans and giving us aid for our rich resources, right? Our bauxite produced, our solid wood, the mahogany, and you name it. And so then, I played that clip for you now to understand, oh, that is the reason why Edward Philip George Siaga and the CIA worked to defeat democratic socialism, because Michael Manley, loving the people, wanting to see us elevate and move progressive as a nation, increase the bauxite levy to make sure that many of us could achieve and attain tertiary level education up to university level. But Siaga destroyed Michael Manley with the CIA and the IMF. Siaga viciously. So you must understand where Jamaica Labour Party sprung from. If you go back through the history, you realize that People's National Party, as a matter of fact, Marcus Garvey, the PPP party, was the first party created in Jamaica. First political party with Marcus Mosiah Garvey preaching the same thing, right? As it relates to equality for all. And Norman Manley took up the mission, and Michael Manley took up the mission. And we have seen where the Jamaica Labour Party, right, formed for the primary reason to stop the progress of Black people. I want any Jamaica Labour Party political scientists, right, to come and toe-to-toe with me. Because indeed, it's true, it's fact, it's reality. The history is there. And this is one of the reasons why, right, we are unfolding the history for you, my people, to be aware. The significant reason why we have to fight for Curry. Because what Curry is fighting for is the same thing that Marcus Mosiah Garvey is fighting for, had fought for. The same thing Selassie had fought for. The same thing Michael Manley had fought for. So don't watch the knives of the market. We know that we have some pockets of people in the Maroon town fighting against Richard Curry. But guess what? I can tell you this, that the God that we serve will be a shield and buckler for Richard Curry. Right? Will be the shield and buckler for Richard Curry. And I said, stand still, Hanjo, and your evil empire. Pharaoh, stand still. No, John Scott, I salute Sir P.J. Patterson for ending the borrowing relationship with the IMF. Thank you, John Scott, because I am going to get there tonight. And that is one of the reasons why it was significant. You understand, when P.J. Patterson ended the borrowing, and you know who put us back in the borrowing? Bruce Golding. Bruce Golding. You are going to get a spiritual beating. You, Bruce Golding, are going to get a spiritual beating. Your beating from God is going to be different. You and Andrew. Now, let me show you the effort in terms of what Mark Golding is doing. Rekindling with the ancestral spirit. Right? Moving with the maroon without any hesitation. Let us bring some understanding to what Mark Golding is doing. Right? Okay. Let us bring that understanding. All right. Tonight is, yes.
Come on. Why, what are we going to look good? What are we the vibes? Nice. Trust me, man. Well, I just want to start off by saying greetings and enough respect to Chief Richard Curry. All the distinguished colonels in the house. We gather this afternoon to celebrate with you the 285th anniversary of the 1738 peace treaty between the Maroons and the British. It is a real honor and privilege to be here with you all. And I really want to thank Chief Curry for inviting me to be here. It is indeed a momentous occasion, 285 years. As Maroons all across Jamaica have come together to honor their ancestors and celebrate their rich heritage and immense contribution to Jamaica's struggle for freedom, in which the Maroons led by example. This year's celebrations take place under a theme, and the theme is Culture as One, Unification through Peace and Friendship. I repeat that. Culture as One, Unification through Peace and Friendship. It is a joyous occasion when Maroons come together in celebration of their culture, their history, their rich heritage, along with well-wishers from the wider population, both here in Jamaica and from abroad. It is inspirational to witness Maroons demonstrating this love for their community and themselves, and their deep respect for their natural environment. The Maroons are a constant reminder of our strength and determination as a people. They fought for their freedom decades before the abolition of slavery. They were the first to achieve military success in the 1730s against the colonizers and enslavers. Great Maroon leaders like Nani and Kojo are a source of inspiration to many of us here in Jamaica. They taught us the value of our collective power and have instilled courage and self-belief in our people. So, the preservation of these important events, like the one we are at now, events which commemorate our history, should not be met with any resistance. Instead, we should welcome and embrace the Maroons' contributions to the distinctiveness and diversity of our culture. We should encourage the continued protection of that culture, and we must assist them to promote it for economic and psychological well-being. For centuries, the Maroons have maintained a solid relationship of trust and cooperation with the wider society, while asserting their rights as an autonomous indigenous group. This balance needs to be maintained, it needs to be respected, and it needs to be embraced by the Jamaican society as a whole, including the state. Respectful dialogue through an institutionalized mechanism for inclusive and constructive engagement with the Maroons would go a long way to achieving the harmony of relations which will benefit both the Maroons and Jamaica as a whole. We have seen an unfortunate reluctance on the part of the state to put such a mechanism in place, despite a manifest willingness among the compound Maroons leadership to engage on mutually respectful terms. I urge the government to initiate and embrace a permanent structure of engagement that will allow robust and respectful participation among all interested parties on important issues of concern. And we know that those issues exist. I urge leadership across all communities of Maroons to be united in solidarity with each other when it comes to engaging with the Jamaican state on matters of concern to Maroon communities. Do not allow yourselves to be set against each other by politics, petty egoism, or other personal consideration. History will not be kind to those who fail to stand together in unity, especially at a time when there are clear and present dangers to your historic rights of autonomy and your way of life. The sad fact is that the Maroons have been encountering threats to environmental safety and ecological sanctity of lands in and around the area recently designated as a cockpit country by the Jamaican government. In particular, threats from mining interests, in which the government of Jamaica is a substantial shareholder, along with its private international partner. These are lands which the Maroons have occupied for many, many years, centuries, and which hold great cultural and spiritual significance to the community of Maroons. That the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the IACHR, has recently declared that the rights of the Maroons are at serious risk, and it has instructed the government of Jamaica to take the necessary measures to protect the rights to life, personal integrity, and health of the Maroons. To date, to the best of my knowledge, the government has not taken any substantial action to remedy this situation. And the threat to Maroon life in the cockpit country still exists. I take this opportunity here today to call on the government to comply with the rulings of the IACHR and to accede in good faith to the precautionary measures set out by that commission without further delay. I also take this opportunity to express my support to the Maroons in this struggle and commend you for protecting your birthright. In the true spirit of our national motto, out of many, one people, we must make every effort to promote peace and unity amongst all Jamaicans, and we cannot stand by and ignore the dangers that you face. Most recently, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, in concluding its consideration of Jamaica's periodic report, acknowledged that the discrimination of minority groups, such as the Rastafari community, is still a pressing issue here in Jamaica. The committee also questioned the government about policies that have been put in place to address issues faced by members of the Rastafari community, including the wearing of dreadlocks in schools, as well as the protection of their cultural rights and their cultural sites, which must be taken by the government to protect the sacramental rights of the Maroons. I am committed, when we next form government, to give it special I am committed, when we next form government, to giving special treatment to small farmers, Maroons, and the Rastafari community in the ganja industry. You built and protected our knowledge system around ganja throughout a century of prohibition that was enforced by international interests. The Maroons and the Rastafari community must be liberated to use and produce the ganja that is a part of your indigenous medicinal heritage. And the Rastafaris believe that it is their sacrament. The state, the government of Jamaica, must give you a chance to become a part of the lawful industry so that you can make some money for yourselves and your community and help to build the national economy. When we get strong government, we will facilitate home-based production, integrating with licensed processors. We will lower the bar to allow small farmers to come into the formal industry. We will incentivize commercial and knowledge-sharing relationships with the well-established and well-capitalized processors to achieve win-win outcomes for large and small producers.
You know, my people, when I see a leader like Mark Golding, it gives me joy that Mark Golding went above and beyond and made a public statement that in his government, he's going to make sure that he passed the necessary laws and enshrine them in the Constitution to protect the Maroons. This is a leader that is fighting for us. The essence and the message from Haile Selassie, Marcus Garvey, Norman Manley, Michael Manley, P.J. Patterson, Portia Simpson, Peter Phillips, Mark Golding, democratic socialism, because we believe in it and we will fight for the endurance of democratic socialism. Equal rights and justice for all people. Not some who just went into politics from 1997 and now becomes a billionaire. Not some who siding, putting people to malign the Constitution. Work in darkness. Work in secret. Using his 48 majority to malign, to exempt the Maroons, because the cockpit, richly in resources, the pirates need it. And as I played earlier, the clip that tell you the loan givers who want to keep us in debt. And that is one of the reasons why P.J. Patterson carrying the baton on his leg. P.J. Patterson anchored it very well in making sure that he paid up the debt, the IMF debt. But we are getting there tonight. Tonight is a redemption night. Let us show you. Let us show you what Andrew Holness and Marlene Manafort is doing. Want to reconstruct our Constitution, leaving out the Maroons. They don't want them to be at the table of discussion. Very same people who fight for us. Blood, sweat, and tears. Now, government is looking on them to delegitimize them. To say that Tory has no authority. And to say only one sovereign government, which means that that sovereign government must have authority over the Maroon land and as such deny the treaty. This is Andrew Holness, who said every ghetto youth is a star. I've seen police under Andrew Holness-led government took people out of their homes, where police pressed the shoulder of a gentleman, asked him to kneel, and as the man kneeled, one shot to the head, and Juven's government has not come out and speak on it, even as I speak. Nothing from the Minister of National Security, nothing from the Commissioner of Police, nothing. We have seen where Anjou's police hold a black youth, have him in custody. The man pants is falling off him, and the police pull his weapon and fired 4 times in his chest. Andrew Holness has not spoken on it. The Commissioner of Police has not spoken on it. The Minister of National Security has not spoken on it. The umbrella group of church have not spoken on it. The PSOJ has not spoken on it because they believe that the black man's life means nothing. And so you can kill at will. And while doing so, reshaping a constitution in preparing Andrew Holness to become a dictator. That's what Marlene Malafort is doing. Now let us get back and let us listen this. And remember, they asked Marlene Malafort, why have you not involving, right, the masses of the population in terms of understanding what you are doing? And she blatantly told them, lie, that yes, we do. So without any further delay, let us look at this. Okay. Let us look and see how Andrew Holness and Marlene Malafort trying to suppress and oppress the Jamaican people to hand them over to neo-colonialists.
Talking constitutional reform, and yes, it's an exciting issue. We're going to be talking about the process that's now underway, what is happening, and where we're going with it. What are some of the issues that are involved? And joining me in studio, we have the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Marlene Malafort. We also have the opposition spokesperson on justice, Donna Scott Motley, Senator Donna Scott Motley. She's also a member of the Constitutional Reform Committee. Now, before we go to our guests in studio, we ask members of the public what they know of the constitutional reform process that's now underway.
No, I don't. Yes, I am aware of it. I heard it on the news and on the television.
No, I don't really know about it, but I hear somewhat of speculation about the whole thing. You see me?
I hear about it on the radio every day, discussion and things. I don't want to have the full understanding.
No, I'm not aware of it.
Hi, my name is Abby. Today we're going to have a special edition of our Feature Spotlight webinar.
Okay, so of course we always want to know, always want to hear from you. So you can WhatsApp us. It's 381-0072. That's 876-381-0072. Give us your first name, give us your general location, and you can tweet us as well. Our hashtag is TBJ All Angles. So ladies, thank you both so much for coming in. We appreciate it. One of the questions that's arising, Minister, most getting a little bit louder and louder, and I know it's one you've heard from me before. Why in this stage of the process does the public appear to be shut out?
The public is not shut out at all. It's unfortunate that it appears that way to you. The work is proceeding in a particular way. Someone has to start it, someone has to restart it. I hear some people say you should just throw it out and invite comments from the public. I say that the Constitution specifies the issues on which the people will have to vote to make a change. And these issues also have to be deliberated on and passed in the parliament before the people pass them. Somebody has to organize the work, and that is really what is happening. We're building on work done. We are looking on recommendations made to see if they continue to hold, and then to have the people have their say again in deliberating on the issues. We take into account the views as we understand them. But believe me, the public is not shut out
Except
at all.
though, up to this point, the public has been shut out because there has been, up to this point, no mechanism for inclusion. And what we heard last week is that at a press conference that the Constitutional Reform Committee has come to a consensus. The Constitutional Committee has made recommendations, and people are, which is why I'm saying, people are saying, hold on, hold on.
Yes,
we never have the saying of this.
Right.
How is this
Consensus on what to recommend. Consensus on what to recommend.
But why are you recommending without hearing from the people? I mean,
but we have to put something to the people for their input, Dion. And that is what we're saying. But we're putting something to the people from their input. Hold on. As we understand it, those who have had their say are agreed that we should sever ties with the monarchy as our head of state. Everybody may not share the view, but many have spoken on it. All right? So that is one of the issues that would require the people to vote on.
You're talking about the people coming in at the end of the process, you know?
No, man.
To tick a box and go into a booth. No, but I tell you what, let me ask Senator to come in, and then I'll come back.
Next week, our meeting of the Constitutional Reform Committee is going to be a consultative meeting with the wider public.
Except that you've already made your recommendations.
But Dion,
you say what I find with government, you know, just before I come to the Senator, what I find with government is that there is a misunderstanding of the meaning of consultation. What tends to happen is that decisions are taken, and then people are invited in, given a PowerPoint or some other kind of presentation, and we're told that is a consultation.
How would you have gone about the process? I
am not in government.
No, I am asking
I am not in government.
How would you have done it?
Let me ask.
How would you have done it?
Let me ask, Senator, if you're satisfied with what is happening.
I would like to see more people involved. I would like to see more discussion and more input from the public.
Do you think what has happened up to this point has had the input of the public?
Well, the truth of it is that the issues on which we're deliberating now to make recommendations have been in the public space for a very long time.
But that's exactly the point, Senator.
I'm coming to it, in the sense that there has been, even polling, 56% of the people say that they're now wanting to go to a republic. They want to get rid of the Queen. I dare say, now that she has died and we're looking at a king, that would be vastly increased. So I do know that persons have said to me, but why do we have to have a ceremonial president? Why not an executive president?
You need to even take a step back, you know, when we say ceremonial president, do people even understand what that means?
And that is one of the deliberations that we had a full discussion around that today. I can assure you that the committee is not insensitive to the fact that the people need to have a voice. The process is very complex, but what we are doing is that we are making recommendations. And as time goes along, I believe if there's an overwhelming response from the public on any particular issue, then the committee would look back at the recommendations to see whether there needed to be a change, whether there needed to be a shift, whether there needed to be a rethink.
That doesn't sound to you like a backward way of going about things.
It's complicated, Dion, I will tell you. It's very complicated. And let me give you my perspective before the minister comes in. Since 1977, we have been having this debate. In fact, there was a constitutional reform division set up in the Ministry of Justice. We have had so many commissions. The minister has provided us with a tome. We have had so many discussions, so many joint select committees. And there is almost, I think, a sense that if we delay, if we go back into the extensive consultation, We might not get it done. No, hear me. Since that point, since that time, technology has advanced. There are many ways to get feedback from the public. You know what the Twitter space is like. You know that space is where people really get very deeply engaged. There are many ways in which we can do it. And I'm confident that over the next few weeks, we will see the engagement strengthened. The people must have a say.
And let me just say this just before to explain a little bit why I'm asking this, just before you respond, Minister. I see you poised to jump in. But when we talk about all these years of consultation, I think there is a great danger on the part of those of us who have been involved in prior consultations to say we've had these discussions already. And the reality is that we have people now who have been on the voters list for 10 years, who weren't even born when those national consultations were going on. So on what basis are we going to say we've done the consultations when we have an entire generation that has grown up since? But before you both answer, I'm told I'm at the break. So let me take the break. We'll come back and we'll be continuing our discussion. Remember, you can...
Here is big up yourself, Tara, beyond the echo, giving voice to the unearthed. No correlation with the people. They then create a smoke screen and trick the populace. Exactly. Because guess what? Now let me ask Marlene Malawo, since you're talking about, yes, you have done contact the populace in terms of that. Now, did you make any contact or invite the Maroons to the table, right? To have a seat at the table, to have an understanding what the Maroons want in terms of to preserve and protect their lands? That's the Maroons want that. The Maroons want to know that what they had fought for as it relates to the treaty, right? The Maroon want to know that the 1738 treaty being preserved. Marlene Malawo, have the Andrew-ownless government sit down with the Maroon and have that done? Since you're talking about consultation, right? You're a vicious liar. You're a vicious liar. Because you don't have that consultation with Curry, right? Jamaica Labour Party government left him out and want to keep him out. And that is the intention. You understand? Also included, right, as it relates to your transforming the Constitution. You people want to leave out the treaty. You don't want to pay no regards to the treaty. And so then Jamaica Labour Party government doesn't see Curry, you understand, to be a sovereign authority. So then are you talking about inclusion? Okay? That you are doing a transformation as it relates to the constitutional reform and telling lie in the public sphere, right? Telling Dion is saying to you that you leave out the public out of that non-public consultation and you look the woman right in her face and look Jamaica right in Jamaican's face. Telling lie. What sort of consultation you have done? Did you have any with Curry? No. When we talk about beach access, right? Do you make in preparation for that? Have you been listening? Right? Have you been listening to the concern of the Jamaican people talking about beach access? Are you making preparation as it relates to that? No. And let us prove our point in terms of what we are saying right now on the next clip, right? Because we do the research for you, you know. You understand? Because we want to edify and educate the people. We want this government, you understand, who more protect the elites, who are protecting capitalism and crony capitalism, who are protecting neocolonialism. We want them out of our life for good. Okay, let us play the next.
Okay.
All right, let us show the conviction and show you up with your demon self telling lies. Let us prove it to Jamaica tonight. All right, so we are going to prove it to Jamaica tonight to say that Marlene Malou, Fort and Andrew Holness, you understand, quite trickified, right? Yes.
Good night, Minister and my fellow Jamaicans. No, my name is Andre, and I am not representing any group in particular. I'm just a normal Jamaican citizen. Now, it is known that young people don't vote. We know it. Young people really and truly don't show up to vote. Because the current system that we have now, the young people don't believe in it. Because it's one or the other, no accountability, and the same thing rotates over and over. Now, what is apparent to me, being a young person here tonight, is that we are not about to change the fact that we need to have elected leaders, whether it is going to be a president or it is going to be a prime minister, a directly elected leader. Now, the question I have is no different from my other colleagues have said, which would be, if it is that we, the Jamaican populace, will be allowed to vote in a referendum whether or not we have an executive president or we have a non-executive president. Now, Madam Minister, I know you mentioned tonight that we will have to disagree, but with a constitution that is being reformed for us, the people, we will not disagree tonight. We have to agree for the people that what is best is for the people to decide. And we are about to decide that we want an executive president. As it is now, hold on, as it is now, Madam Minister, the Governor General's office cost us millions of dollars, including the Prime Minister's office, millions of dollars, right? No, and my friend here is saying it's over 400 million. No, Minister, we have teachers who want increase. We have police officers who want increase. We have roads. I know the Spark program is coming. Who needs to be fixed? Because my front end tired for change now, right? Minister, no, it is unconscionable to push to the people that we ought to keep a non-executive president, right? While so many other issues need to be addressed, Minister. Now, as I mentioned before, I know yes, we'll have to agree to disagree, but with the constitution that will govern me in the future, we will not disagree, Minister. And that's it from me.
What's his name? What's your name?
My name is Andre.
Andre?
Yes.
Thank you so much for showing up and expressing your view. You know, for as vehement as you are and expressive as you are, there are others who have done so in greater numbers than those who are present here. So I don't want you to think that because you may say it so strongly, that that is the only view that is on the table that is contending.
But my question to you, though, Minister, since you mentioned that, will the people in a referendum get the option to vote whether we have an executive president or a non-executive? I know what you're going to say is probably that you don't formulate it yet, but as the minister in charge of that proceeding, I am asking you, will you propose to your committee that that question be put to the referendum?
No, I will not make that proposal because that is not how the process works. And it makes no sense that we stay strong and wrong because we want something, and if we don't get it, we're going to be strong and wrong. Part of this process is to help to understand the means by which we achieve the goal. All right? So I hear, hold on, I hear that some Jamaicans are saying that we should have an executive president.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So we have an executive presidential system. Some people are saying, even if we keep what we keep, we want to vote directly for the president. There are so many views that have been expressed on the matter. Do you know what else comes with an executive presidential system? Do you vote for your member of parliament?
Yes, I do.
All right.
However, Minister.
All right, tell me no. Hold on. Let's reason a little, right? You've spoken about what is important to you is the increase in salary. You've cited the teachers. Even though more is desired, where we are today is the best place we have ever been with public sector wages in the history of Jamaica.
No, Minister, I'm not here to debate that. I'm not here to hear what the successes of the Andrew Hollis-led administration is. Hold on, Minister.
Andre, if we're going to, if you raise issues,
I don't want to belabor,
you tell me
Minister.
you want pothole-free roads, you want outcomes, but you also have to take time to understand the process that we must go through in order to achieve the results that we desire.
I get that, Minister.
And if you are interested in legitimacy, then you have to appreciate, whether you accept it or not, that in a constitutionally supreme country, the process by which we make the change is set by the Constitution. And we have to honor that.
No, hold on,
it
Minister.
makes no sense that we disagree and be ignorant.
Hold on, Minister.
And we disagree and come away.
Okay, tell you what. Let me intervene. Let me intervene to say I've heard you. The point you have made very strongly and very clearly, and it's a question that was asked earlier, is whether the question will be put in referendum, giving the people an option to determine the type of presidency.
Yes.
That question was put. You asked the minister pointedly whether she will make such a proposal, and she answered you to say no.
Right.
If it is the position, so the position has been, the question has been answered.
Yes.
You clearly are going away, not agreeing with the minister on that stance, and you're clearly wanting to have made for the record that the position you wish to have further ventilated or carried forward if necessary is one where any question in a referendum or in referenda, if there are multiples, that those questions include one, your position, that will give the people an option.
Yes.
And so that is properly recorded. The minister has already explained why she will not take that position. There is clear disagreement.
Yes.
But it is recorded.
I get that.
And in the interest of time, remember we said I had 30
I get that.
minutes.
But no, I wish to say one thing to Minister. This is not a question.
Yes.
No, Minister, in your statement just now, you said we like to play wrong and strong.
I wish to leave that alone. I said I have 5 minutes, and I'm asking
But
you.
I do take it
and I'm
offensive,
saying,
Minister.
no. I've
my
just cut
opinion
your
was
mic.
thought to be
I have
wrong.
just cut your mic. Come, next question. please.
There is nothing to take offense to. I didn't say that. I said it's important that we go away from this exchange understanding the process. It's not just about outcome.
The insults try to insult the man intelligence. Out of order.
Just imagine, right? As my wife said, trying to insult the man intelligence, right? Because the man is asking a fundamental question here now. And I want Jamaica to understand what is happening here now. They are rushing a constitution, right? Whether or not they are going to decide to use an executive president or a ceremonial president. What the gentleman is asking is if we are going to get the choice, right, by a referendum to vote whether it is for an executive president and a ceremonial president. You can't have the parliament to do that. And you only government will have 48, 49, and so then, hold on, and so then the opposition no have no talk as it relates to 2/3 majority. So Andrew Holness automatically now make himself president. We don't want that backside. Marlon Mother for. How will you take Jamaican people for? What you have to take Jamaican people for? Hold on. I bet you not plan for them. No. Really and truly. I bet you not plan for them. Hold on. We have a general election for coming. We want the people to understand what they're going. Yes, sir. Look, I told Jamaican time and time as it relates to where Andrew Holness is going in a full dictatorship, you know. But guess what? Whatever you are doing, we know the Mark Golding, right? Have their Mark Golding, whatever you are doing, Mark Golding is going to take you to the court. You understand? And you can't bypass the court. And so people, let me explain something to you. That's why when I'm talking, you know, right? And let me say this. Also, the DPP is going to lose that case. You understand? So guess what? When Marlene Mallow would talk about wrong and strong, Marlene Mallow will forth, you are the one, you understand, who is wrong and strong. Wrong and strong. You need to give the people a choice to vote for their leadership. You can't swing that out and talk about the Constitution. That's not how the process works. The Constitution, you're following the Constitution for the Parliament to decide what? Did we ever have a process where a Parliament no one write that in the Constitution? I want to write it in the Constitution, you know. I want to use 48 and 49 members of Parliament to force it, you know. And that I don't want to do, you know. I don't want to raping the Constitution. I don't want to rape the Constitution. The right thing to do, as what the young man said, is to, via a referendum, giving the people of Jamaica the right to vote for a president, whether you are going to go executive president or ceremonial president. It is plain and simple in terms of what the young man is saying. But you're acting, try to overspeak on the gentleman. Right, because the disregard is intelligence. Right, because the young man is calling you out and calling out your evil and Andrew Walnut's plan. And that's not plan to do. That's what you people are planning to do. To have the Parliament select the ceremonial or executive president, not under Jamaica. Listen, Jamaican, don't stand and make them something out me, you know. Eh? So hold on there. Andrew Holness. So when hold on there now, let me go back to the said Mary brother. So when they must say Andrew Holness for third term and Andrew Holness forever, and they must sit down and plan for them. And they must say, but guess what? Guess what? We know say, right? Mark Golding and this barrier care we educated our forefathers for us to be better and more educated than they were. So guess what? We know that we are here and we are educating our people. Let me tell you something. We don't now get away with this. We have a general election, and that's why people, when I speak about the judiciary, when I speak about the criminal justice system, let me speak to you again, right? Because I believe in the judiciary. The judiciary is a part of the criminal justice system. There are 3 tiers of the criminal justice system. On the situation with Vibes Cartel, as it relates to how the judge rule, right? Because our jurisprudence, right, is intact. We can tell people that. And our judges are strong, firm, and educated, right? And they know the law to a T. Our judges, our Caribbean judges, even know the law better than international partners. When I ask the question, we have some brilliant judges, right? And remember that Mystic Sensation have been talking that a long time, you know, right? And you see what happened into the Vibes Cartel case. Because no anti-punky can run around them judge there. So that's why Paul and Llewellyn, now you understand why Paul and Llewellyn don't want certain case to get into the judiciary. Because in the judiciary, she don't have no wiggle room. You understand what I'm saying? So when you look at our criminal justice system, 2 parts of our criminal justice system that is carrying down Jamaica because Andrew Holness compromised those. The investigation arm of the criminal justice system, where Fitz Bailey, the commissioner of police, you understand, they are compromised by the political process through the Minister of National Security or Strong, Andrew Holness, compromised the system, right? So those investigators cannot investigate You understand? Thoroughly. Because they are corrupted and compromised. Now, when you look at the prosecutorial arm, right? This is where Paula Llewellyn compromise, protecting the status quo of JLP criminality. Right? So I am imparting the education tonight. And that is what, right, they want to do. But let me tell you something, Paula Llewellyn. Don't bother believe you are going to lose that case. Me, I tell you, because you can't run round our judges. Our judges, you understand? And I'm telling you that our judges stand up. Our jurisprudence stand up. You understand? The judiciary stand up. And I've been telling people a long time as it relates to the judiciary. You understand? We know that the judiciary is solid. Right? And the judiciary, every time Mark Golding put Andrew Holness in the judiciary, in get slapped. Every single case Mark Golding put in the judiciary, Andrew Holness gets slapped because he's a corrupter and he's trying to rape the Constitution. And every time him take off the Constitution dress to rape the Constitution, Mark Golding pull him off high. Mark Golding slap him. So he's going to get slapped. We don't worry about him. So people, I am preparing you for a general election. That means you must understand what is going on and the way how you need to vote. You understand? Make sure, say you orange forever. And that the orange is supposed to turn red when you go, you understand, to the polling station, because we know in non-joke, we 100% focused. Manly Heights, we 100% focused. We want to get rid of this corrupted government. Now, let me show you how corrupted this government corrupted. And you have evidence, and we're going to prove some things tonight. You have some people who try to confuse the situation, and we are on the eve of a general election. So I am setting the record straight tonight. In saying, for those who believe that PNP and JLP are the same thing, tonight we just go and clear it up. Because obviously they are not. And that is one of the reasons why I show you why Michael Manley, right? By default, Michael Manley comes straight up with the struggles. At the time, the People's National Party tried to put Jamaica, move Jamaica forward. Jamaica Labour Party tried to pull them back. Right? Because they are working with crony capitalism. That's what JLP made up. That's how they made up. That's their political philosophy. They can't act out of that. So people need to understand that the Jamaican Labour Party is a black mamba full of poison and deadliest venom. In terms of our progress in life, people need to understand that. So now, let me bring up the excitement tonight and show you. Lion Andrew, everything that he spoke out of his mouth is a lie. And I'm going to bring up that clip and make people see it. And not only that, I am going to make you listen to that clip. And I am going to pull the evidence to show you. You understand that everything that Andrew Holness speak out of his mouth is lie. The only time Andrew Holness don't tell a lie is when he's silent, is when he's not speaking. Andrew Holness is a liar from the pit of hell. Lie. So then let us get into that and show what we are talking about. Yeah. Bring it up. Okay. Let us show you what we are talking about, people. We don't play around here.
Find the evidence that what we have today in Jamaica is the most corrupt administration that has ever held office in the history of our country since independence.
What is this man talking about? Well, make me make the statement, backed up by facts, that the PNP is the most corrupt political organization in the Caribbean.
Pushing scandal.
If you go back to 1989, which is a long time ago, you would hear about the Rollins land deal scandal.
Police use car scandal.
If you go back to 1990, you remember the zinc scandal after Hurricane Gilbert.
FLA scandal.
You have the furniture scandal. Then you have the Shell waiver scandal.
$8 million phone bill scandal.
Then you have a big scandal in 1992 over the illegal importation of motor vehicles. Then in 1993, we hear some man buy US dollar out of the back of them car all over. Big scandal.
$9 million travel scandal at TTP. The government have more scandal in it than Riverton City have scandal back.
You hear about the corrupt distribution of land in Holland. You hear about the Operation Pride scandal. Then in 1997, you have the FinSac scandal.
And then we have the super scandal, the Petrojan scandal. That one have everything in it.
And then now you have the mother of all scandal, the traffic guru scandal. You remember that?
Friends of the government collecting money for travel, but not traveling.
The Montego Bay street people scandal. The fat cat salary scandal. You remember NetServe? Yes.
Friends of the government getting jobs at 3 times the pay than the previous occupants of the job had. While at the same time, long-serving, loyal, patriotic civil servants being fired from jobs.
Then you have the Sandals White House scandal. Then now, after that, you come up with the Cuban light bulb scandal. You remember that? You have the Hanover Parish Council scandal.
Friends of the government and activists for the JLP getting jobs in organizations for which they don't have qualification.
Then you have the Chick V scandal. Then you have the dead baby scandal. Then you have the bad gas scandal. Then you have now the parish council in a Manchester scandal.
Friends being awarded contracts by breaking the procurement rules, and some of those friends is the same people that turn up in the bushing scandal.
You remember Outer Many scandal? You remember EWI energy scandal?
Never in our history have we heard of a government entering into verbal contracts. No paper, no sign. Just word of mouth. $23 million. What madness is this going on in our country, Africa?
You can't cuss me when you corrupt.
Thank God for the opposition in Parliament. Thank God for the PAAC and the PNP members and the PAAC.
We already know that in bad mind, him that likes the people prosper. And now we know that him is nothing but a hypocrite. There will always be in every government, regardless of jurisdiction, people who breach the rule, people who use their power unjustly, unfairly, and unduly. The mark of the good government is that when it is done, there is no cover-up. When we face our challenges, there is no one who could criticize this government to say that we were covering up corruption. No, the Jamaica Labour Party stands firmly against corruption, and we will put in place and have been putting in place the measures to address it.
Well, my people, As my wife said, speak my wife. Speak what you just said to me. Speak what you just said to me.
He doesn't cover it up, he lie down and make himself comfortable in it.
He's sleeping in it. Now, I want to ask Andrew Holness. Everything that Peter Phillips spoke is true. We're going to prove it tonight. This is the clip that confused many Jamaicans out there to say PNP and JLP, right, are the same thing. This is the clip, and this is one of the reasons why we are going to break it down tonight. But let me tell everyone who is listening to me, every single thing that Peter Phillips spoke about Andrew Holness is lie. It's true. Every single thing that Andrew Holness speak about the PNP is lie. And we are going to speak, we're going to deal with the facts tonight and show people 100% lie. Everything that Andrew Holness. Number one, let us backtrack in terms of what Andrew Holness said. Andrew Holness said his government doesn't cover up corruption. Well, you and I know very well that that is a lie. We know that SSL, his government is covering up SSL. We know that. We know that. Petrojam, we know that his government is covering up Petrojam. Not only that, right? His government, as it relates to $1.7 trillion being missing, right? And all of that. But let us get into a King Council lawyer, you understand, who had done her personal investigation and captured the truth. And we are going to go into more evidence to show you that everything what Andrew Holness spoke out of his mouth and that clip that you're here. And this is the clip that they are going around with. You understand? And some people being confused to say PNP and JLP are the same thing. Well, we are going to now disprove what Andrew Holness said, and we are going to prove what Peter Phillips said. Remember, I know the internet is not for me alone to access. So it is not like, okay, Mystic Sensation is trying to cover up for the People's National Party, right? You can also access the internet and you will see that what I am going to say is 100% true. And when you go into the internet as it relates to Andrew Holness, you understand what he said is just pure false, pure garbage. You understand? Speaking of some things that are not even scandal. You understand? Pure garbage and lie. Want to give himself justification to steal. That's what he had done there. Want to give himself justification to steal. And then that is one of the reasons why Andrew Holness led government. And let us talk about this now, people. Let us reason. Andrew Holness led government, right? In the history of the entire political process, cannot find a People's National Party person guilty, put them through the judiciary, right, and found them guilty. Can't, right? Search the internet. People search the internet. Follow me tonight and search the internet, right? He cannot find one People's National Party that they have found, they put through the judiciary, found that People's National Party guilty and send them to prison. Now, look how much JLP people gone to prison. Now me have the evidence. I'm going to bring it up for you to read, to see from 1954, from before we gained independence, JLP party, you understand, has been stealing taxpayers' money and been sent to prison. Let us get into the document. Now let us put it. All right, so we are going to bring up that document, right? And remember, right, this person is a King Council lawyer. And so then, this lawyer is not going to put out something publicly, right, where she's going to be sued, right? He's a professional person, right? King Council lawyer put this in the paper. Right, and JLP cannot say anything about it, right? And it is still in the paper. So it goes to show you what this person put out in the paper is 100% facts based on her investigation. So let us get into that information, right? And deal with that so that the public can see that for themselves, to show Andrew Holness. You understand that he's a liar from the pit of hell. You can't trick no more of our people around here, you know? Right? You can't trick. So I want the people to see the person name, right? Okay. So let us share this document, right? I want the people to see. All right. Now look, taking corruption to another level, right? K. Churchill Nita. And K. Churchill Nita, we Jamaican, we all know her, right? Is a king counsel lawyer, right? And Churchill Nita is not going to come out with her investigation, where she can be liable, right? And when she put out this from what? August 1st, 2020, and no JLP person can challenge this because they all know that it is true. They all know that it is true, and it is still in the paper here. Here it is. Here's the evidence. Now let us read. The present wave of corruption in public office is unprecedented in modern Jamaica. However, corruption is not new to the Jamaica Labour Party. That's no lie. The party boasts a well-established tradition of corrupt behavior, as JLP ministers of government have presided over one-ton robbery of the public purse. Everybody knows that that's true. And some of them have been convicted and sentenced to serve time in prison. Let us read the history now. In the 1950s, former JLP Minister of Education, Joe Z. Malcolm, was sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding his constituents. JLP, is this a lie? Come on, JLP, is this a lie? Is this a lie? In the 1950s, the former JLP Minister of Education, Joe Z. Malcolm, was sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding his constituency. That is true. Malcolm's successor in the Ministry of Education, L.L. Simmons, was next. See how many times they want to rob our education? No, he was convicted in July 1954 for breaches of the Official Secret Act and sentenced to 15 months at hard labor. JLP, is this lie? Talk to me now, JLP. We'll not run out on you, Andrew Holness. They run out for your political campaign. They tell the people them lie. They wrap up Jamaican head. You understand? Your party are all thieves. Jamaican Labour Party are syndicate of criminals. In the decade of the 1960s, the former Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Arthur Burt, may well have been the third to face the courts and be sentenced for his role in the corrupt handling of the school building program 1967 to 71, financed by the World Bank. A report from the Commission of Inquiry established to probe the matter stated that although suggestions of a grave character were made before the commission involving Dr. Burt, he fled the island to avoid appearing before the commission and facing criminal charges. Criminal JLP, is this true? All right, this is true, right? This is true, right? Evidence, this is true. In February 1990, Jack Smith, former JLP Minister of Labour, was charged with receiving 70,000 US deemed by the Director of Public Prosecution to have been unlawfully obtained from farm workers' savings. Just imagine how wicked the Jamaican Labour Party government is. The people have gone up upon them farm work program, don't work them farm work program, and they are saving money. You understand? This is a dirty liar, this is a dirty thief here from the Jamaican Labour Party. Take the people them savings and put in a pocket and go buy Mercedes Benz. Wicked to Jamaican people. He was also charged with conspiracy to defraud. He was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison at hard labor. And let me tell Jamaica, it is Portia Simpson It is Portia Simpson Miller, you understand, who call him out and make sure that he gets sentenced. Remember this. This a lie? Is this lie? Portia Simpson work on this one here, on Jack Smith, and make Jack Smith go prison. You think Portia Simpson wrong? Portia Simpson, I just want to fight against Portia Simpson, so because it is Portia Simpson make Jack Smith go to prison. No, one would have thought that the JLP would want to break with its tradition of corruption. No, one of them break with tradition of corruption. And Andrew Holness in worse than all of them. And listening to Prime Minister Holness lofty pronouncement of integrity at its swearing in. Many Jamaicans expected honesty and transparency from the new government, from the what? From the new criminal. Instead, what we have experienced is an administration that has taken corruption, Lord Jesus, to another level. Papa Jesus, but we go down, scroll on there, scroll on, make the people them see it. Can you think you're wrong? Scroll on, make the people them so go on that stuff. No, Andrew Wheatley has been relieved of his minister. Hold on, from JLP Minister of Education, Rural Read, it's a thief in 1 year. Other day run out in a campaign. Please we forget him. Can you imagine? Andrew Holness endorse him, Juliet Holness endorse him, and the reason why they endorse him, at them teach someone of a thief, you know. At them teach someone of a thief. We can read it back over people. Former JLP Minister of Education, Rural Read, was hastily removed from the office to facilitate a full investigation of reports of corruption, nepotism, and misappropriation of public funds within the ministry as well as its agencies, including Caribbean Maritime University. We want to know if we not try this case, you know, because this a case in a court, you know. You understand? I'm not going to kick the can down in the street, but we are weird upon it, you know. We are weird upon it on the sound of thief. Andrew Wheatley has been relieved of his ministerial responsibility after exposure of widespread corruption in the agencies for which he had portfolio responsibility. We anxiously await the reports from ongoing investigation in the pressure jam scandal. Is this lie? Andrew Holness, is this lie? Is this lie? You and your government full of corruption. At present, it is the Ministry of Health and Wellness which is under microscope, and this by no means exactly list of corrupt practices that have been exposed since Holness administration has taken office. And let me expound upon this. Yes, the Ministry of Health and Wellness people are over 700 billion. That office alone, you understand, unable, you understand, to be accounted for now. The appropriation account was supposed to check every year. You understand? Problem deal with it. You understand? Problem. Just imagine Nigel Clark. You know about this, you know. Christopher Tufton, you know about this, you know. Andrew Holness, you know about this. 1.7 trillion missing from out of the treasury and people. It is the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Office of the Prime Minister. You understand? Who go on like him the pan campaign and speak and at this and a blah blah blah. And now he can show him statutory declaration cannot be certified. Papa Jesus. And this man, trust me, believe you me, man. For your sin, not stop yourself. For your sins, tie between earth and heaven, my brother. Practices seems to have become a way of life for this administration. No lie. It hardly matters to them the poverty that is being experienced by the people they have offered themselves to represent. They don't seem to care that the health service are inadequately funded. Oh my goodness. They are content to have an underfunded and ill-equipped security force. Despite the escalating criminal violence, even as the people suffer, the rape of the public purse continues and the perpetrators go about their criminal pursuit with the confidence that they are protected. That's why they want Paula Llewellyn to remain there. Paula Llewellyn, I'm sorry for you, you know. I'm sorry for you, Paula Llewellyn, because the court is not going to give you that option. You are not going to get that privilege, Paula Llewellyn. You understand, to continue to protect Andrew Holness and in criminal organization. Whatever corruption took place under previous administration does not and cannot preclude the responsibility of the civil society to expose the corruption that is presently enriching and connecting criminal clique and depriving critical services like security and health of urgently needed investment. Look at that. The level of criminality. The level of criminality. Can you imagine under this government, them sick Jamaican people stomach? And now Andrew wanted to run out about emancipation day. Me no want hear nothing from him. Nothing me no want hear from him. The Jamaican people cannot remain indifferent to the present wave of corruption. We must demand immediate action on the following list of initiatives that have been put forward. These include the Single Anti-Corruption Agency, the Integrity Commission, and Mark Golden put in this. Mark Golden put in this. Now, the criminalization of breaches of the political code of conduct. Andrew, let's make sure say him and him 48 member of parliament don't sign the code of conduct. The strengthening of the powers of the political ombudsman. Andrew, let's make sure say him defeat him. Now, the National Integrity Action estimate that the cost of corruption to the Jamaican people is now running into billions of dollars. Well, sister, from when you do the investigation now, sister, it gone $1.7 trillion. It passed billions. It passed billions, Miss Churchill Nita. It passed billions. It is $1.7 trillion. It is time to bring this administration to book, my God. And this DPP want to remain in office. Take that away and talk to the Jamaican people. When we tell us the corruption plus tax. Now, you remember going on the evidence. I think we're done with him. I'm not done with him yet, people. You hear Andrew want to talk about FinSac. I'm not done with him, You bring up the FinSac report, Now, you, right? The accused PNP about FinSac. And yet, you demand FinSac report to be completed, the report completed, and after the report completed, now you don't want to reveal the report. Andrew, let me ask a question. If you are dealing with transparency and balance and integrity, we should know, say, that not upon your mind, you're flat line, you don't have no morals. Right? You don't have no morals. Your morals aptitude flat line. Now, you finish the FinSac report. Why you not stop from the palm mic, about PNP involved FinSac and send out to social media minions them to talk about FinSac? Well, now we have to remember, so we have the WikiLeaks reporting. And remember, say WikiLeaks is not Jamaican investigators for you to say that Jamaican investigators are biased. They are an international investigative body. They understand who dig and found out the truth and establish it. So then, why you embarrass the People's National Party? Go embarrass the People's National Party, man. Show the FinSac report. Put it out. Remember, so we have TikTok, we have YouTube, we have Instagram. All you need to do, put it out and shame the PNP, Put it out. Andrew, I dare you to push it out. But I'm going to show the people why you are not putting it out. Let us get into and look into it, because we're now waiting for you to put it out. We are going to put out the WikiLeaks and show the people why you are not putting it out. Because it is the Jamaican Labour Party who own FinSac, orchestrate FinSac, and also orchestrate SSL. FinSac 2.0 is the Jamaican Labour Party responsible for that. And you don't want the Jamaican people to know, say, you know, a bunch of thieves, who is a syndicate of criminals. Now let us put it out and show Jamaican people. Corruption plus corruption. No. WikiLeaks, give a five. Let us put it out and show it. Let us show you, right, that the Jamaican Labour Party is a bunch of criminals. No, it's share? Yeah. Okay. Privy Council rule against prominent former Jamaican banker Peter. These are the Privy Council report, people. You understand? This is the Privy Council report, date 2005, October 28. You understand? 7:31 p.m. Army time, unclassified. Let us get into that. Right? And see there, Public Library of U.S. Diplomat. You understand me, I say? People see that? Public Library of U.S. Diplomacy. So why you hide now about the FinSac report? Let me show the people them about the FinSac report. Now, let us go in. Evidence number 1. Jamaica. Summary. Dan Crawford, former head of the failed Central National Bank, has lost his appeal to the Privy Council following a 1999 conviction in civil court for financial fraud and has been instructed to repay about $45 million to the government of Jamaica, people. We could take out the secret out of FinSac. Although the director of the public prosecution has made a ruling on whether criminal charges will be filed, that ruling has not yet been made public. Crawford, who resides in the U.S., was once the darling of the Jamaican banking sector. He was often lauded by the government of Jamaica officials of his foray into non-banking areas at a time when investors were shunning the productive sector to benefit from the high interest rate regime. However, Crawford Bank, which made a number of loans to connected parties, was soon to face a liquidity and solvency crisis and had to seek assistance from the state. Recognize the extent of the deficit, the authorities took control of the bank and eventually charged Crawford for financial fraud. Now, that's why I tell us that PNP and JLP, they are not the same. PNP take action and charge him for financial fraud. It is widely believed that in close affiliation with the opposition Jamaica Labour Party, come on people, come in the meet. Come in the meet. It is widely believed that his close affiliation with the opposition Jamaica Labour Party did not help its cause, as no other banker has been charged. Crawford's lawyers are in the process of discussing payment, which, if made, would provide a much needed windfall to the cash-strapped, government of Jamaica. In summary number 1. Summary number 2. The UK-based Privy Council on October 10 ruled that Dan Crawford and former top executives of the failed Central National Bank must pay the government of Jamaica an estimated $45 million in principal and interest for unsecured loans made ahead of the bank collapse in 1996. The Privy Council is expected to announce the final amount payable to the state when it hands down its written judgment later this month. The Privy Council ruling arose from the appeal of the March 1999 decision by the Jamaica Chief Justice Leslie Wolf, in which he berated the actions of Crawford and another top executive, Cable Williams, whom he described as rogue bankers. They were busy helping themselves to the bank. People who come listen you know. They were busy helping themselves to the bank funds. Wolf said in his judgment at the time, these payments constitute a misapplication of the bank's funds. However, Crawford, who reportedly resided in Atlanta, was once regarded as a model banker, and government of Jamaica functionaries viewed his bank as a blueprint because he tricked the government. Crawford was often lauded by the government of Jamaica officials for venturing into non-banking areas such as real estate at a time when investors were shunning productive investment to benefit from the government of Jamaica high interest rate policy. Now, summary 3, ironically, now people don't listen. it was Crawford's foray into non-core activities, which was partly responsible for the bank demise, as a number of unsecured loans were made to connected parties to finance these investments. In particular, the bank loans to companies owned by Crawford. When you listen, people, the bank made loans to companies owned by Crawford, his mother and former opposition leader and Prime Minister Edward Seaga. Let me read it over. In particular, the bank made loans to companies owned by Crawford, his mother, and former opposition leader and Prime Minister Edward Philip George Seaga. The last time my memory served me, Edward Philip George Seaga is not a PNP. Take away that. Take that document away. I only want to prove the evidence. I only want to prove the evidence. So you tell me, people, Dan Crawford and Edward Philip George Seaga, right? Engineer Finsa. Dan Crawford take out the money. You understand? Lend it to him family, mother, father, and blah, blah, blah. And the Edward Seaga hold it for the people their money. So you tell me now. Rosalie Ricketts, because they found out that it was Seaga and the former SSL founder in it. Exactly. 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 So then now, then JLP, you know, say FinSac, you did a talk on podium. You say FinSac is PNP crime. You understand? You say the PNP get any money out of that? Then I ask the question. Tell me which any PNP will get money out of it. Eh? Who the money go to? The money go to Crawford and Edward Philip George Seaga. Me never know say Edward Philip George Seaga PNP. Eh? Is Edward Philip George Seaga is a PNP? No. No. Let me go down, right, and show you. And this is my going through the final clip for tonight. Now, I am going to give the Jamaican people the reasons why we have to vote for the People's National Party. You have seen Jamaica Labour Party running campaign about 18 years of PNP doing nothing. We are going to show what the 18 years of PNP had accomplished. And so then the JLP, right, running around, spreading rumors, spreading lies, because that's what they do. That's what they do, right? They burn down the Eventide home and kill many old ladies, right? And Seaga make sure him crush the case. Because obviously, the Jamaican Labour Party guilty of that. So when you have a Jamaican Labour Party, right, who can burn down adult home and kill many of them, people must understand the level of corruption and where the JLP, what the JLP will do, you understand, to win an election, but even sacrificing people's lives. But I want to remind Andrew Warnes-led government that we remember that you under Andrew Warnes-led government, it's barely, remember, you keep them 320 pipe bombs silent, you know. Anyway, they store, no, make sure so no make them store there, you know. Any plan to use them, you know. We know, sir, it is the Jamaica Labour Party have the 320 pipe bombs in storage. You let me start that in Andrew Warnes. Whatever plan you don't have to utilize them in. You understand? The people them who are scanning to find the guns at the Freeport and the airport. And you want to let government fire them people in. So what that mean? Those are the people who have the ability and the capacity, you understand, to find the guns. So when you remove them, what does that mean? When I warn in the 320 pipe bombs, you understand, and we know that those pipe bombs found in the vicinity of Tivoli Gardens. You remember talking? You understand? And speak of our intentions. You know. We are on an election eve. Right? And we are telling you that we still remember the 320 pipe bombs that Fitzbailey need to come out and report on. The Commissioner of Police need to come out and report on. We need to understand the status of them. Right? So let me talk about them. You understand? In terms of making sure that those pipe bombs will not be used. Let me mention that. Now let us go through 100 of reasons why to vote for the People's National Party. Let us bring up that and show Jamaica the 18 years. And remember, when PJ Patterson left, PJ Patterson finished pay the IMF. Finished pay the IMF. And when Bruce Golding go back in there, goes in power, Bruce Golding, right, goes straight back to the IMF. So we need to remember. So let us show them what PJ Patterson and Portia Simpson did for 18 years. Let us show them. 18 years. Turn the page. Okay. So can we go to the page? Okay. All right. So yes, we are getting the information up for you as it relates to. You want to go to PJ first, and then Portia. Show them what PJ had done. Okay, yeah, there's PJ. So let us read out and tell them what PJ Patterson had done. And under PJ Patterson time, PJ Patterson did not sell none of Jamaican assets. None of Jamaican assets. Bruce Golding came in and done that. PJ Patterson, when leaving it, finished paid off the IMF. Bear that in mind. So read on.
Okay, so the most honorable Percival James Patterson, party president 1992 to 2006 and prime minister 1992 to 2006. Patterson, the architect of the modernization of Jamaica's physical and economic infrastructure, is the only Jamaican prime minister to have led his party to victory in 3 consecutive general elections. Under PJ Patterson's leadership, more Jamaicans owned land, had access to decent shelter, access to water, electricity, and telephone service than ever before. Its non-confrontational style was a major contributing factor to the decline in partisan political violence. By the time he retired in 2006, PJ Patterson earned the distinction of being the longest-serving prime minister of Jamaica. So under his leadership, the modernization and expansion of the infrastructure of the island's airports, seaports, and territorial waters to enhance the environment for investment. The construction of a modern highway system beginning with Highway 2000, construction of North Coast Highway from Negril to Port Antonio, preparation and rollout of the Tourism Master Plan for Sustainable Tourism Development, bullet points, major tourism expansion, new Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Grand Palladium Hotel, Grand Bahia, Principe Hotel, Iberia Star Hotel, Sandals White House Hotel, Secrets Resort, Rio 1 to 4 hotels, among others. Approximately 30,000 jobs were created in the tourism sector. Jamaica was visited by a record 3 million stopover and cruise tourists in 2006. Falmouth cruise ship pier was built. Port Maria Marina was built. Montego Bay Convention Center built. Tourism Enhancement Fund created. Tourism Product Development Company TPD formed. South Coast Tourism expanded. Significant expansion of bauxite and alumina production. Jamaica Deposit Insurance Corporation, which is JDIC, was created to protect depositors in the banking system. It created the Financial Services Commission to regulate the non-banking financial institutions. Foreign exchange market was liberalized. Fair Trading Commission created. Personal income tax rate reduced from 33 1/3% to 25% to provide more disposable income to taxpayers, and expansion of the mandate of the Hard Trust by establishing a national training agency to serve the workforce. And underneath that, PJ Patterson was relentless in empowering Jamaicans, improving Jamaica's infrastructure, and diffusing political tension. Unemployment reduced substantially, reaching a record low of 9.6% in 2006. 64 schools built and refurbished, including 17 new basic, primary, and high school in Western Jamaica. National Youth Service reintroduced in 1994. Provided free textbook in schools at a cost of $3.3 billion. Early Childhood Commission established. The establishment of the National Council of Education. Poverty Eradication Program reduced poverty to 9% in 2006 from 30% in 1989. Introduced a Poverty Alleviation Health and Education, which is now PATH program. Significant growth in the National Insurance Fund generated a larger pool of funds for the provision of social security benefits and assets in reducing poverty. Under the National Insurance Scheme, the NI Gold Health Plan was established to provide health services to pensioners. The establishment of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, which is JSIF, the establishment of the National Health Fund, Jamaica Drug for the Elderly Program, JDEP, was introduced. Some 50 new ambulances were commissioned into service for the health sector. Hospitals built and upgraded. Maypen, Mandeville, Anotta Bay, St. Anne's Bay, Black River, KPH, Bellevue, Cornwall Regional, and Falmouth. Regional health authorities established to improve management of our healthcare system. Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica established, which is PBCJ. During PJ Patterson's administration, information technology was promoted as a vital sector of the economy. Liberalization of the telecommunications sector enabled the introduction of additional service providers, which resulted in hundreds of thousands of cellular phones being available to all Jamaicans. Establishment of the Office of Utilities Regulation, which is the OUR. Liberalization and expansion of the media market. More TV and radio stations, and establishment of the cable industry. Passed the Access to Information Act. The establishment of the Central Information Technology Office. Establishment of the Universal Access Fund, now the Universal Service Fund. The establishment of the Sports Development Foundation. Stadiums built in Falmouth, Trelawney, Sligoville, St. Catherine, and Catherine Hall in Montego Bay. Many multi-purpose courts and community playfields were also built and upgraded. The establishment of the National Environment and Planning Agency, which we know as NEPA, created the National Commission on Science and Technology in 1993 to accelerate national development. the establishment of the Culture, Health, Arts, Sports, and Education Fund, which is CHASE. Major housing expansion resulted in some 150,000 houses being built in 18 years up to 2007 through NHT, joint ventures with private developers, Relocation 2000, Operation Pride, Indigent Housing Program, Sugar Sector Housing, and Inner City Housing. The establishment of the National Housing Development Corporation, which is NHDC. Land ownership expanded through land titling, Operation Pride, Emancipation Lands Project. The establishment of the National Solid Waste Agency, Management Authority, NSWMA. Through the liberalization of the motor vehicle import policy, ordinary Jamaicans were now able to own a motor vehicle. The establishment of the Jamaica Urban Transit Corporation Limited, which is JUTC. New transport center built at Halfway Tree and in Montego Bay. The establishment of the National Works Agency. The establishment of the Postal Corporation of Jamaica. National Contracts Commission was established. Office of the Public Defender was created. Office of Professional Responsibility, the Bureau of Special Investigation, and the Police Public Complaints Authority was set up to monitor and investigate alleged police excesses. Established the Corruption Prevention Commission, implemented the Possibilities Program with a care center and a skills employment center for children and youth living and working in the streets. Expanded gender equity and enhanced family life through legislation such as Domestic Violence Act 1996, Property Rights of Spouse Act 2003, Child Care and Protection Act 2004, legislation dealing with early childhood education and security of daycare centers 2005, created Emancipation Park for recreation and entrepreneurial activities such as markets, physical activities for children, walking or jogging, cultural and art activities, and community events. Implemented the $2.5 billion Lift Up Jamaica Community Improvement Program.
And there's the idea. Yeah, Portia Simpson.
Continue to Portia?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're now on to Portia Simpson Miller. Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller is presiding over the greatest, I guess this is when she was still in. Since taking office in 2012, Portia Simpson Miller administration has begun to restore economic stability and Jamaica's international credibility. This has been achieved with the support and partnership between the government and of the people of Jamaica. Let me go over here. When Portia took office, Jamaica was close to the brink of bankruptcy. Under the JLP administration, 2007 to 2011, there had been 11 consecutive quarters of negative growth. The country's debt ballooned from $945 billion to $1.7 trillion. The debt to GDP ratio had also climbed to 145%. This translated to each Jamaican man, woman, and child owing some $600,000. The JLP administration had signed a 27-month standby agreement with the IMF in 2010 and did not fulfill the commitments they made on behalf of the country. With Jamaica unilaterally aborting the standby agreement with the IMF, the country lost the trust and respect of the international financial community. So overview.
So hold on, I wanted to read back over that and to make the people understand as it relates to what Portia Simpson had taken over and to show you what Bruce Golding had done, right? The damage that Bruce Golding had done. Here it is translated to each Jamaican man, woman, and child owing some 600,000, right? The JLP administration had signed. So people listen carefully what this is saying right here. The JLP administration had signed a 27-month standby agreement with the IMF in 2010 and did not fulfill the commitments they made on behalf of the country. So remember that we understand that PJ Patterson paid off the loan, and the Jamaica Labour Party went back into the loan, right? And here it is. Here's the evidence. The JLP administration had signed a 27-month standby agreement with the IMF in 2010 and did not fulfill the commitments they made on behalf of the country. With the Jamaica unilateral aborting the standby agreement with the IMF, the country lost what? The trust and respect of the international financial community. Goes back to what I'm saying about Bruce Golding. You understand? Bruce Golding carried down the art of this country. You understand? Bruce Golding, you understand, went back, put back Jamaica under the IMF, and not only that, sold out most of what Jamaica owned during his time. During his time, so when Andrew Wallace is talking about 18 years, right? But the damage what after PJ Patterson had done all what he had done, right? And clear off the IMF. Bruce Golding went back in and mashed Jamaica economy. So Portia Simpson now have to take over. So now read from since taking office in 2012. Just want to make the people understand that.
Okay, since taking office in 2012, the Portia Simpson Miller administration has begun to restore economic stability and the Jamaica's international credibility. This has been achieved with the support and partnership between the government and of the people. So Jamaica quickly regained the confidence of the international community and signed an extended fund facility with the IMF in 2013. Jamaica has since passed 10 consecutive quarterly reviews by the IMF. By passing the IMF quarterly reviews, Jamaica has been able to re-enter global capital markets and secure the lowest interest rates ever. The economy has returned to growth, with projection for increased growth over the next fiscal year. Jamaica has also become increasingly attractive to both local and foreign investors. Business confidence is high. The business climate continues to improve as measured every year by the World Bank Global Report on the Ease of Doing Business. The debt to GDP ratio has been reduced from 145% to 126%, with a planned further reduction to 120% by the end of the current fiscal year. Our net international reserve has increased to US $2.4 billion in 2015. Inflation has significantly reduced from 9.5% in 2013 to 4%, the lowest rate in 48 years. Jamaica is ranked 64 out of 146 nations in the 2014 Forbes Best Countries for Business report. Forbes magazine ranks Jamaica as the best country in the Caribbean in which to do business. Administration's continued promotion of brand Jamaica is a major contributing factor to the growth of Jamaica's tourism products. Even in the challenging economic environment, the administration has also fought to protect the poor and most vulnerable by increased public spending on critical social services. Payments to past beneficiaries have been increased. The level of investment in social programs is unique to the history of IMF programs. We have implemented the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program, which today has provided direct income to more than 60,000 Jamaicans and created vital infrastructure at an approximate cost of $9 billion. Increased investment in education and training are laying the foundation for a more highly trained and better educated labor force. Major housing programs have been undertaken, including inner city housing and sugar workers housing program. The visits of major world leaders, including the President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, Prime Minister of Britain, David Cameron, and the Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, in 2015 alone are major indicators of the strengthening of Jamaica's relationship with the international community. Jamaica's hosting of the Petro-Carib Energy and Cooperation Agreement Summit meeting in 2015 is an indication of the esteem in which Jamaica is held by members of the Caribbean and Latin American community. Our athletes, performing artists, writers, and scientists continue to excel on the international stage. Life expectancy, which is 73.1 years in Jamaica, is at the same level as most developed countries. Jamaica continues to enjoy the reputation of being one of the world's stable democracies.
Okay, so all right, we ended right there. So just take that away. So people, when we see Jamaica Labour Party talking about 18 years, what they do for 18 years, I've seen all what I've done. For 18 years, PJ Patterson guided our pathway to success in relieve ourselves from the IMF, International Monetary Fund, right? Now what happened? Now when Bruce Golding take over power, Bruce Golding went back in agreement with the IMF, right? And did not follow certain guidelines, right? And crush the economy, right? Sold out most of Jamaican assets. Now, look at it now. When Portia Simpson went back in 2012, because remember that it was so bad for Bruce Golding. Everything was just going so bad for Bruce Golding, because you see, the thing is, and the truth be told, that when you, right, make deal with the devil, you have to pay the devil. Just like how Cliff Hughes is playing the piper, right? And so then Andrew Holness, you understand, let government can use Cliff Hughes for propaganda media, right? Now, the persons who put Bruce Golding in power, you understand, which, as it relates to the Tivoli Gardens and those heavy garrisons, right? Bruce Golding did have to pay the piper. When the United States, right, sent out that extradition for Dudus, that is where everything comes tumbling down, right? And so then we see the level of embarrassment that Bruce Golding had suffered, you understand, because of his ways, right? And has to, right, relinquish office, has to demit office as a result of the level of corruption, because if he did not do it, United States would have pressured him more and exposed him. Right? So I want you to understand the corruption of the Jamaica Labour Party, you know, right? And so then, right, Andrew Holness went into power 2011, right? And in 2012, challenged Portia Simpson, and Portia Simpson won the general election in 2012 and lead 2012 to 2016. And Andrew Holness, as it relates to young people at the time, did not aware of what Portia Simpson had done. You have seen what Portia Simpson had done. You understand? As to correct the mayhem that Bruce Golding led government had done, right? By forfeited and the policies. You understand that of course the IMF, you understand, structured, and so then the IMF and Jamaica fell out. So when Portia Simpson went into power, right? How, you know, in terms of, you know, managing the Jamaica economic, the budgetary means, right? We didn't have any money. Yeah, because Bruce Golding wrecked it. We didn't have any money. And so then Portia Simpson has to now go back to the IMF, you understand, form good relations with IMF, you understand, go through austerity measures. So at the time when Portia Simpson has to go through the austerity measures, Portia Simpson has to obey them. So then most of the civil workers and so forth has to go through a wage freeze. You understand, for roughly about 4 or 5 years, wage freeze, burn our belly, right, to fix the economy. And Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips single-handedly fixed the economy. And now all of what, just look at the damage now, what done you know? Let me just make people understand all of what Portia Simpson done. We're leaving how many billions of dollars, US dollars, right, in the reserve, right? Andrew Holness come in with the Clark stock, right, and Clarks and this and that and that. And as a result of that, the young youths take on to to Andrew Holness, and you see what Andrew Holness done now. Now let me tell you what Andrew Holness done. What people need to understand what Andrew Holness done. The $1.7 trillion the Auditor General is talking about. You know how much that 1.7 trillion could have done for us? That gone into their pockets. Gone into their pockets. Now, under Portia Simpson led government or PJ Patterson led government, right, or any other government before, have you heard that level of corruption? Have you heard that level of corruption under Andrew Holness led government? $1.7 trillion missing. And look, we can zero in. Let us zero in. Right? 3 of Andrew Holness ministries responsible for that $1.7 trillion being missing, which is the education, where you see the thief in Uriel Reid. You understand? Yeah, I'm not mincing my words tonight, because in terms of what they had done to Jamaica, and I show you the record of investigation done by the King's Council, Church in Nita, showing you how many times the Jamaican Labour Party robbed the Ministry of Education. In totality, going 3 to 4 times. That Jamaican Labour Party, right, robbed our education ministry. So let me ask you, you know that education is vital for the progress of our nation to move forward. And you have a party that is making sure that our people are not sufficiently educated. Our teachers are not sufficiently paid while giving themselves 200 and 300% raise and attacking our education system. Eh? And talk about them love us. Huh? No, where in the history of the People's National Party any member of parliament has ever stolen from the Ministry of Education? Come Jamaica, talk to me now. We're talking about PNP and JLP are the same thing. Let me ask you this question. In the history of our entire politics, where you have any member of parliament ever robbed from the Ministry of Education? In the history of our entire politics, it is telling you that Jamaica Labour Party robbed from the Ministry of Education 3 to 4 times. 3 to 4 times, robbing the Jamaican people. You understand? So their trick, their demise is not to make the people educated, right? To keep the people dunce. That's why you find it's a majority of the people who are following JLP, they are done said. You get what I'm saying? Bustamante already tell them that saltfish is better than education. So all of them, when you say they follow Jamaica Labour Party, they believe that saltfish is better than education. That's why you can buy them out. That's why you can give them money and draw them out. Because Alexander Bustamante, you understand, who's the foundation of Jamaica Labour Party, you understand, have them cultured that way to believe that starfish is better than education. And that is one of the reasons why Jamaica Labour Party cultured that way to rob our education system. And so then when you look at it and the evidence show, how can you want to compare the Jamaica Labour Party with the People's National Party? I ask anyone who has that narrative, who's selling that political rhetoric, to tell me if any PNP has ever stolen from the Ministry of Education, or any member of Parliament had placed through the judiciary and found guilty and sent to prison. So then how are you comparing? These are apples and oranges, 2 different things. They are not apples and apples, right? Please don't compare the PNP to the Jamaica Labour Party. right? So JLP will always want to take their sins and want to put it on the People's National Party like the FinSAC. The FinSAC sin. I heard one social media, right, vlogger claims to be educated, but big old dirty dunce. You understand what them call him Black Widow? Right? And where he said before he convict, in his conviction, this is what the Black Widow said, that every party responsible for FinSAC is evil. Black Widow said that the People's National Party carry out one of the most evil because they're responsible for FinSAC. Well, since you said that the People's National Party carry out one of the worst evil, now you know that it is the Jamaica Labour Party carried out, you understand, that evil. I think now you are saying that the Jamaica Labour Party indeed is the most evil. So you see, your word of the mouth convict you, Black Widow. Yes, Black Widow, you have been convicted. Right? Because you had believed it was the People's National Party who had executed FinSAC. No, we have the evidence to show you this is the reason why. So, Black Widow, what you need to do, ask your Jamaica Labour Party operatives to show the FinSAC report. That's what you need to do, Black Widow. Right? Ask to show the FinSAC report and read it for yourself and be educated. Right? Because I understand that Alexander Bustamante cultured you. You believe that selfish is better than education. Now, so people, I just want to show that there's no comparison there with the People's National Party, right, and the Jamaica Labour Party. People's National Party, Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips had set a corridor of gold for Andrew Honest to walk on. And obviously, he walked on it. And what we are suffering now, $1.7 trillion lost, plus SSL robbery. This is what we are experiencing. And plus, where the head of the crime boss is in a dilemma with the Integrity Commission investigator, not able to certify a statutory declaration. And I end my piece here tonight. What a wonderful night tonight to speak truth, facts to my people, bringing them the evidence for them to make an informed decision tonight. So then, for people who feel in tune, people who are on the fence, go do your Google search, right? And try to understand what Mystic is saying. Google search and try to fact check me. Yes. And you will see where the truth lies. Because let me tell you something. When you're telling lie, it's like the winding road of Spur Tree Hill. But when you're speaking truth, that sound like my brother Urel, you know. That sound like my brother Urel, you know. Urel? Urel? Yes.
Bruce, go bury the people. Everybody else, them money.
Exactly. Check the IMF.
Just like what about doing, you know?
Exactly. Can you imagine? You understand what? Right?
Government badness, Labour Party.
That's government badness. That's a very same thing. They want to do in the Maroon territory. Out here and bright. You understand?
They have curfew up there.
Yes.
And when they curfew, they don't take out the lumber and patrol.
Look here.
Through the curfew.
And who you think doing the development? Who you think doing big development? Is Andrew Wallace and his wife doing big development at least flat, you know? Those development need furnitures.
Okay. Yeah.
You never realize?
No, but Manchester, St. Elizabeth.
Yes, man. Elite's friends too. You understand? Them have to get a cheer to, you know. You see, that's why the PSOJ silent. You see why the PSOJ is silent? That's why they are silent.
We're bad situation, but we're just wait for the election, because
What the people can't wait, you know? Of course, you know, we are go all out, man, all out, right?
I am only hoping that when the PNP get back in the office, liquid scraping left in that pot, because the thing no money left there.
But, and you know, so you sound, you speak tonight, you think a joke. And that's, hold on, but remember that we are here, you know, to demand forensic audit, you know. You know, so we're not going to play. You know, so we're not play, Uriel. All right. Forensic audit, man. Blessings. Blessings, my brother. All right. All right. So, my folks, that's where we come to the end of my show and handing over now to wifey as it relates to
the phone lines are open if anybody.
So Jeopardy. So we just open the phone line for 5 minutes for anyone who want to call and, you understand, speak to any one of the mystics, whether Mr. or Mistress, right? Then go ahead. We're opening the phone line for 5 minutes. If not, then we are going to chip in on Jeopardy, right? Because we know that the Jeopardy people are on standby, waiting. Pleasant night, Sister Patricia. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead. All right, my sister. Love your body now.
Never want to sleep because I can't be extra tired. So me go click for big nose man.
Yes.
The man actually history class, his speech, the emancipation speech. We got school here say Sam Sharp do everything out. Sam Sharp say rather dead by that get us one live another day of slavery.
Exactly.
So when the matter, I said to myself, say, if you know that and you are when you go up at the Maroon place,
exactly.
The Maroon people in 1736, they get them land through blood, sweat, and tears. Then why you go up and go terrorize them? You first you go up the one, you got their dirt. Now people talk and you hold on, you got back and take out their number. And yet still you see a mouth, you have to tell me about something. What this man is doing is a mistake. He might try, I try to change the constitution.
Exactly.
He capture the whole entire Jamaica. Because in Taco time out, there is no other sovereignty. I want to ask the question to every Jamaican people who have sense. From your back till now, you know, here say the Maroon, this and the Maroon that. Prime Minister them who dead gone who died. Not one of them ever come Maroon to go up no passa.
That is true.
Why this man have to go up there to people? What? Oh, this man agree this up?
Corruption, man. Corruption.
Me tell you, me want to predict this. Jamaica do not have no money.
I believe you.
Understand? Even a dollar. So all you see them are grown and make promise no money, not them. So them are do everything to win back election to hold it down. No money, no like coppers. Every dollar gone. And the when get away the parish council election. So when the general call and get licked, all shit loose.
All shit loose.
So he might go do anything to win. But we are going to find out we can't win this.
All right.
Right? I want to send a message to the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Farmer known as the Night Watchman. To the Iraqi. To the Dr. Kenneth Blake, for your name. You are a young man. Live up with dignity, integrity. Corruption does not pay. Your uncle has left the Jamaica Constabulary Force in a disgraceful manner. He will on the wrong side of history and do not make that follow you. Come on, Jamaican people in a high authority. Why you make one man a great one to know? You don't remember no training. You don't remember the oath of office that you take upon the law. When brave criminal attack, you know, defend yourself to the highest. Fine. But stop go around make other person, police personnel are going to abuse good decent citizen. A police young boy pick me. Just one breast milk. Tapping a taxi my neck. The taxi violation. Them the thing they wrong. I don't know you do what this Horace Chang, then right truck, nobody no come out come condemn me. Them put them pat man pan and soul and boss gun and kill him. You know, here then come out come condemn me. Then you want to change the constitution and them I said people are idiots. When they come and place a hunter about them the constitution, make them on the chair sit down in there.
Exactly.
Them on their hand, they're on the chair, them standing there.
Well, I don't know
Nobody no meeting.
I mean, talk about things and process.
Look at the atrocity. We are take the Jamaican people. Just take sick, then not even offend the hospital video. Then I have bed figure, God mighty God of hell. One to Jamaica. No sense. One to wake up and live with no one in Jamaica where we used to sit on a roadside and left my chat on a plate. That be no one for a dopey. Eh? We don't want back to that Jamaica there. What kind of Jamaica we are going to left do we fit to them? Our four parents fight that me and you can walk free without shackle. And no, we're not going to take you flinging back the Andrew Wallace. Andrew Wallace want to the country and dictatorship and the hypocrisy and the thief and the criminality. And that's him I do. You know, he will wake up and pop your eye. Pop your eye. Now this man get out of hand too much now, man.
All right.
When I look and say 250 security personnel gonna quick step up in a bush.
Yeah, man.
What for?
Out order.
What for?
Exactly. Sister Pat, all right. Let me just break it for a while and take the call here because they call consistently. So let me just break it for a while and take the call here. If anything, you can call me. Yes. Yes, caller. Go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for calling.
Good evening, sir.
Present.
Very interesting presentation today.
Thank you.
But there are about three little issues I'd like to raise.
Yes.
One, the Electoral Commission must be removed from the Prime Minister's office. I mean,
agreed.
That look like a conflict. That don't look good.
Agreed.
Independent.
I'm fully agreed.
The Prime Minister seems to have a lot of control over these entities. And we'll be having an election soon, and it just looks like a conflict of interest to have the Electoral Commission under the auspices of the Prime Minister's office.
It doesn't look like it is a conflict of interest. Automatically, that's a conflict of interest.
And we need to talk about these anomalies more often.
Yes.
You know, these things just can't go away like that.
100% right.
So that is one issue I'd like to raise about the Electoral Commission. Even the Ombudsman, even the Electoral Commission now is part and parcel of the Ombudsman. And that again is going to divert the focus on elections when they are dealing with issues relating to political conflict with the two major parties.
Yes, you should have separation of powers right there.
Exactly. And these issues has to be ventilated even more so now when an election is in the offing.
That's all right.
And your platform, to me, along with others, would be ideal to us. I can note that you see, like you're talking about the Prime Minister's statutory declaration cannot be certified.
Yes.
And that would be a song in everybody's on social media lips. It seems to me the Electoral Commission in just have too much entities under his wings as on the Prime Minister's office.
That's true.
The next issue, sir, is the Constitution. And I heard excerpt of it on your program. And I do believe that not many Jamaicans are au fait with what the Constitution, one, is actually saying in part, and the next thing, which sections they are trying to amend. And to me, that's foolhardy. A group of people sit down and determine that for the people, and the people should vote in a referendum, and is not even aware of what many of the issues are. What is the logic of that?
That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
So these issues must be repeated because it's very important. Can you imagine if the 3 persons that signed off on this amendment would have happened to us? And you say it all the while.
Yes.
So I am just reinforcing the fact that the people needs to be educated.
True.
Properly. That when voting time comes and a decision is to be taken, we need to know what we are voting for.
Exactly.
And the last but not least, sir, is the lumber from the cockpit country. Now, my question is, they confiscated the lumber. How will that lumber be disposed of? Will it be burnt? Well, like what they say, stolen goods. The forestry department is going to burn the lumber, or they're going to dispose of it, and to whom?
Well,
it will be disposed to.
Let me answer the question.
Please do, sir.
Okay. Well, and I'm not mincing my words. It is the forest is the forestry department stealing the lumber, you know.
That's what I'm saying, but they are saying that so they are saying I know, but so they say that they confiscated it, right?
Yes.
So I'm saying if they have the lumber, which
yes.
they say the lumber was illegal in the cockpit country.
Yeah.
So you said the army. I mean, this is so scandalous that this hurricane
exactly.
aftermath.
They are going to keep it.
Nothing to assist people.
Yeah, they're going to keep
convoy of vehicles with soldiers and police go up there and forcefully took the lumber. The Prime Minister showed his force and his might.
That's what he did.
My question is, what is going to happen with these lumber?
Well, they are going to. Okay.
Is it that some rich person who own an antique furniture will get it?
Okay.
I mean,
well, obviously, you asked me a question, and I'm going to answer in terms of what I believe. I do believe that, of course, it is the government who, in the entire orchestration of this, and they will give the lumbers to the highest bidder. It's just corruption.
You're sure to the highest bidder, them friend?
Well, whether them friend
or
whatever.
Well,
you could be right. No, you could be right. You could be right. Because you understand.
You speak about corruption.
Corruption, yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, it is not for Jamaica to benefit, per se, the
exactly.
people of Jamaica.
Exactly.
I mean, look at the private sector, as you and others and myself says, none of the private leadership in the private sector and business leader see it fit to call out the Prime Minister after 3 years. His statutory declaration cannot be certified, and everybody's silent. We can't depend on the local media. They are not saying anything.
No.
The private sector is saying nothing. And leaders of the they are not, if they want it, if it's social media, my brother. I mean, I don't know what happened to Jamaica.
That's true. That's true.
And the Prime Minister loves to say that social media are telling lies, and he can't point out one person. Because if them can follow peanut dread, I hear more time on a mouth.
Right.
Peanut dread must be the
ambassador.
Ambassador, yes, for young people.
Can you imagine?
And so if you can follow peanut dread, people like your program, Wayne Lonesome program, Will Rattigan, right? And we're talking about Tavares, all of these social media personnel who comes out with facts. I never hear him approach any of them and say, you know, which one of them telling lies on him.
Exactly.
So, you know, I just called to say continue good work.
You're welcome.
You and your lovely wife. I mean, she did an extensive reading about the past 18 years of PNP. You know, there's a lot of reading that.
Yes.
And
yes.
she was very eloquent, and I congratulate her.
Well, I mean, this is the mystic sensation, you know, high caliber.
I know, sir. High caliber, yes, indeed. And I just want to congratulate both of you. You're doing an excellent job. And thanks for listening. Those are my thoughts. I just like to share it and urge you to write these among other things that you have in your notebook that you can always go back to them because they are relevant.
And you're perfectly right.
And we have an election coming up, and you know these things are need to be repeated.
So right. You're so right.
So thanks again, sir, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you see, the gentleman called and spoke of the 3 solid points of concerns, and I mean, every vloggers need to take those 3 concerns very serious. The electoral office, right? Under the Prime Minister's office, that's definitely a conflict of interest, right? And you know we need to beat the drum louder on that, and rightly so, because I am going to put some focus on that because we are now in the eve of general election, and you know we are not going to give him the opportunity, right, to steal the election. Let me say, and this is one of the reasons why we're concerned as it relates to his office, right, overseeing the electoral electoral office of Jamaica. It doesn't make any sense. That seems like a conflict of interest, right? And we're the ombudsman concerned. It should be a separation of powers there, right? So who is going to hold the other accountable? One should be able to hold the other accountable, right? So I don't understand that. So it is a very, very serious cause of concern that the gentleman just spoke about as it relates to his 3 items. Very, very much so. And, you know, we need to put some focus. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's where my portion ended. And wifey, Jeopardy. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that enlightening and educational discussion as usual, and thanks to everyone who participated in the discussion. Really appreciate everyone's input, which is very important, right? So it was very interactive, and that's how we like it. That's why when people comment, I try to go through and highlight some, because I don't want you guys there just commenting and then we're not paying attention to what you're saying, because what you're saying is just as important to us as what Baron is saying. So thank you so much. Really appreciate each and every one. And I know you could have been elsewhere on your Friday night and you chose to be with us. So as usual, we do not take that for granted. So we are going to go into Jeopardy, and we're going to be playing for credits. And we are going to be given credits, phone credits, $1,000 credit, digital or flow, to the person with the most points. And then we'll have 5 runners up of $400. 4 runners up. Sorry, guys, my brain is scrambled right now. I'm so tired. And 4 runners up of $500 each, digital or flow. So in keeping with Emancipation Day, I have kept it on an emancipation and independence theme because independence is 4 days away. So we are going to be answering questions regarding independence, emancipation, and national heroes. Sorry, there's a lot here we didn't use, so I'm trying to minimize the busy stuff there. All right, so let me reveal the template. All right, so tonight, let me just get rid of, there we go, so you can see what we're going to be playing tonight. So tonight we have emancipation, independence, rebellions, national heroes, and national symbols. All right. So as usual, I am going to ask someone to throw out a topic and for how many points, and then the person who answers the question correctly will choose the next topic and for how many points, and then we will continue until the board is empty. So let me just use this device here. One sec. It's just so noisy. All right, I see Andrew is putting out independence for 100. So let's do independence. When was independence declared in Jamaica? When was independence declared in Jamaica? Everybody run out on that one. And the orange book, please. When was independence declared in Jamaica? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And it's August 6, 1962. That was our independence, the declaration. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Trying to get my head into the game. All right, so first, bless up Truck Life, happy Friday. So first on the board is Andrew. Then Truck Life, Patricia Matthews. You have to put what is and then the answer. Okay, I know it's a typo there, Charmin. Happy Friday. Then Brittany L. Monica.
For how much?
100. Monica. All right, so Andrew, choose the next category. That's the word I wanted earlier. I'm so sorry. Choose the next category and for how many points? This one, Jesse. Okay, it's continuing with independence for 200. Alexander Bustamante was born in this parish. Name the parish. Alexander Bustamante was born in this parish. Name the parish.
You go for Jesse.
So, noisy. Okay, all right. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is ANOVA? and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Donmel for 200 points.
Donmel?
Yep. Oops. Donmel for 200 points. Then Monica and Brittany L. All right, and that's how the answers came in. So Donmel for 200 points.
And so score as it is, Andrew 100 points and Donmel 200 points.
Okay, so Donmel, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, independence for 300. All right, Norman Manley was born in this parish. Name the parish. Norman Manley was born in this parish. Name the parish. Norman Manley was born in this parish. Name the parish. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is the parish of Manchester. So Norman Manley was born in the parish of Manchester, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Let me just refresh. Let me just refresh. So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life, then Monica, Donmel, Brittany L. Okay, Yvonne, you have to put what is before the answer. Truck Life, not wasting any time.
How much for Truck Life?
300. All right, so it's continuing with Independence for 400. And this is a double point answer. So from as early as 1932, the first definitive call for self-governance, he shared his vision for what he called the New Jamaican. In the debut editorial of his publication of the same name, he explained his dream for Jamaica. We want the spirit of national comradeship. Let us unite to accomplish this, and Jamaica shall indeed become a better place for all of us. Also known for this quote, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Name the person who said these words. Also known for this quote, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin and culture is like a tree without roots. And it's 800 points for the correct response. So name the person who said these words. And it's worth 800 points. All right, so name the person who said these words. And remember, name of a person, you have to put who is. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Mosiah Garvey said these words, and it is for 400 points. So let's see who first. Sorry, it's 800 points because it's double. Truck Life, who is Marcus Garvey,
Much points?
800. Then Brittany, Monica, that's how the answers came in.
So score as it is, Andrew on 100 points, Dunmel 200 points, and Truck Life 1,100.
Truck Life, I guess the bucket. All right, Independence for 500. We recognize August 1st, 1893 as the official day Jamaica began to celebrate emancipation. However, this particular day was discontinued in 1962 when Jamaica gained its independence. Independence Day was observed on the first Monday in August. Which prime minister was instrumental in reinstituting August 1st as Emancipation Day? Name the prime minister. So we recognize August 1, 1893 as the official day Jamaica began to celebrate emancipation. However, this particular day was discontinued in 1962 when Jamaica gained its independence. Independence Day was observed on the first Monday in August. Which prime minister was instrumental in reinstituting August 1st as Emancipation Day? Name the prime minister. And remember, it's who is for a person's name. All right, I see the answer that I am looking. Jesse, stop. See the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is PJ Patterson.
Jesse.
So PJ Patterson was instrumental in reinstituting August 1 as Emancipation Day. So, and just fun fact, Emancipation Day was later reinstituted in 1997. Make sure you take note. By then Prime Minister, the Honorable Percival James Patterson, as a national holiday, which was celebrated on August 1st. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Andrew. So Andrew, 500 points. Then Truck Life, Donmel, Joseph, and remember you have to put what is or who is before your answer. Okay, so choose the next category and for how many points? Emancipation for 100. Okay. Emancipation was declared in Jamaica on this date. Emancipation was declared in Jamaica on this date. I told you guys to pay attention before. Emancipation was declared in Jamaica on this date. Need the year as well. Baron, stop it and make him back. All right, let me see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. You just reveal the answer, and it was August 1st, 1838. And that is for 100 points. So let me stand up. So let me just see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Brittany for 100 points.
Brittany?
Yep. And then Monica
For 100 points?
Yeah. Blessings, Mixin. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Mixin, bless up yourself. So score as it is, Andrew and 100 points. Brittany, 100 points. Dunmel, 200 points. Andrew, 500 points. And Truck Life, 1,100 points. Oh, so very wicked.
He was here earlier when we started. All right, so Brittany, choose the next category, and for how many points she rejoiced in saying, yay. Come. Come. Stay down here. Rebellion. Okay, for how many points? Andrew, same have 600 points. How much you read out for Andrew?
500. You may have 104.
Let's put down the 100.
Wow. Well, still my Robin 100.
Rebellion for 100. Okay.
So 600 points, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This was the largest rebellion in Jamaica. Name the rebellion. This was the largest rebellion in Jamaica. Name the rebellion. You're on. This was the largest rebellion in Jamaica. You see, as a car, Ricardo, name Ricardo wrote up.
Ricardo did that?
Mm-hmm. Blessings, Ricardo. Baron just calling him.
I'll get on me, Ricardo. I can't rename him.
Oh my goodness. So Tiffany is back. Welcome back, Tiffany. Ricardo, look. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is the Christmas Rebellion? And fun fact, the Baptist War, also known as the Christmas Rebellion, was an 11-day rebellion that mobilized as many as 60,000 of Jamaica's 300,000 slaves between 1831 and 1832. It was considered the largest slave rebellion in the British Caribbean, and it's called the Christmas Day Rebellion, and that is for 100 points. I think I should have given it more points. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response, and that is for 100 points. Let me just go back, refresh. Ricardo, 100 points.
Ricardo.
Then Brittany. So what is the gas strike? Oh my goodness. All right. All the answers came in. Byron, Ricardo said, Byron, I rode me did a good Samaritan call me and me run till my breath left. Good night to everyone. Easy. All right. So choose the next category, and for how many points, let me look up here so make sure we don't miss it. When it's a Ricky run right in. All right, which category and for how many points, Ricardo? Stop reading the book. Oh, emancipation for 200. Sorry, I didn't see your choice there. So emancipation for 200. All right, the bill was passed in 1838. Emancipation was declared in the same year. Emancipation Day was reinstituted as a public holiday in Jamaica in this year. So name the year that the public holiday, Emancipation Day, was reinstituted as a public holiday. So name the year. Which year? which year was Emancipation Day reinstituted as a public holiday? I told you guys to pay attention before the other footnote. Fun fact. Sit down. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 1998. So 1998, Emancipation Day had stopped being observed as a national holiday in 1962 at the time of independence. It was reinstated as a national public holiday under the Holidays Public General Act of 1998 after a 6-year campaign led by Rex Nepperford, God rest his soul, among others. Right, so 1998. So I'm going to look and see. All right, so let me refresh this paper. Back the paper out of the book. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so we started there. Dunmel, 1998.
And much for Dunmel?
100 points. So 200 points for Dunmel. Then Ricardo. That's all the Brittany, what happened? The official act was passed in that's why I put the fun fact there, because I know someone would question it. The official act was passed in 1998 to fully declare it back as a public holiday. The word of mouth was in 1997, but when it became an act to say it's official was in 1998. All right, so choose the next category. Oh, it says emancipation for 300. Oops. The Emancipation Declaration was read here. So name the town in which it was read. The Emancipation Declaration was read here. Name the town. Which town was the Emancipation Declaration read? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Spanish Town, and that's for 300 points. So fun fact, the Emancipation Declaration was read from the steps of the old King's House building, which was in Spanish Town, St. Catherine at the time. This was the country's capital. So that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Tiffany for 300 points. So Tiffany's on the board. Then Ricardo, Brittany.
Tiffany for 300 points, right?
Yeah, Tiffany for 300 points. So Tiffany, choose the next category, and for how many points? Sniper, Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. Big up yourself. Mm-hmm. All right, Tiffany, choose the next category. Yes. You know, so I said Happy New Year. although we're past mid-year already. All right, did Tiffany choose yet? Okay, so emancipation for 400. In Falmouth, this high school stands firm in remembrance of one known Baptist missionary who assisted in abolishing slavery in the British colonies in 1838. Name the school. So in Falmouth, this high school stands firm in remembrance of one known Baptist missionary who assisted in abolishing slavery in the British colonies in 1838. Name the school. I need the full name of the school. Remember, it stands firm in remembrance, so that other piece is important. You don't have to put high school, but other piece for the word remembrance is very important. And that's part of the name of the school. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is William Knibb Memorial. So William Knibb Memorial High School, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Ricardo, what is William Knibb Memorial?
Ricardo?
Yep. Then
400 points.
Have William Knibb, but left off the memorial, 400 points. Monica also came in with the answer. Tiffany, Don Mel, but sorry, put who is, and left off the memorial.
Okay, and so the score as it is: Andrew, 100 points; Brittany, 100 points; Tiffany, 300 points; and Don Mel, 400 points; Ricardo, 500 points; Andrew, 600 points; and Short Life, 1,100 points.
All right. All right, so choose the next category. Let me just pay attention so I don't. So choose the next category and for how many points? Regardless of what is the score, let me see who me pass out. You read the score already. All right, so emancipation for 500. On August 28, 1838, the British Parliament in England passed a bill that freed approximately 311,000 enslaved Africans in Jamaica. Name this bill. So on August 28, 1838, the British Parliament in England passed a bill that freed approximately 311,000 enslaved Africans in Jamaica. Name the bill.
Yeah,
name the bill.
My bill.
Name the bill. I must have moved my hand. I don't know, argument really, you know. All right, let's see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is the Abolition of Slavery Act? Or the Slavery Abolition Act. Trevor is correct. All right, so full emancipation for all was made legal on August 1st, 1838. In 1998, the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 was repealed. Slavery is still illegal and is incorporated into the Human Rights Act 1998 and the European Convention on Human Rights, which prohibits the holding of any person as a slave. Right? So the full emancipation, they had an act in 1833, but it only granted emancipation to certain territories. But then we had a full emancipation on August 1st, 1838 for all territories, right? And that is for 500 points. All right, so Ricardo, 500 points. Tiffany, Andrew, she forgot the slavery of that. Tiffany also came back with that. Okay, so choose the next category. Ricardo, and for how many points? Rebellions for 200. Okay. This rebellion happened in 1865. Name the rebellion. This rebellion happened in 1865. Name the rebellion. This rebellion happened in 1865. Welcome, welcome, David. Happy Friday.
And the score as it is, Andrew on 100 points, Brittany 100 points, Tiffany 300 points, Daniel 400 points, Andrew 600 points, Ricardo 1,000 points, and Shop Life 1,100 points.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is the Morant Bay Rebellion? The Morant Bay Rebellion, which was 11th October 1865, began with a protest march to the courthouse by hundreds of people led by preacher Paul Bogle in Morant Bay, Jamaica. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let's see who picked up those 200 points. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. Then Monica, Delco corrected
which
200. Then Donmel, Hush Donmel, I saw you before, but and then the whole thing switch it, so Hush. Mixing Brittany, and that's how the answers came in. All right, saying rebellion for 300, so she's keeping it rebellion. This rebellion happened in the 1760s. Hint, it was led by one of Nanny's brothers. Name starts with a T. So name the rebellion. Somebody did have pay attention in a history class keenly. I tell us that I made the history teacher proud. So name the rebellion. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So known delays, and it is what is Taki's War. And Taki's War, a slave rebellion, began in Jamaica. That's fun fact. And lasts for 18 months. During the uprising, 60 white residents were killed and more than 400 black rebels died in the suppression of the revolt. Another 500 are deported to British Honduras. You hear them class them freedom fighters as rebels. When you're fighting for your rights, you're a rebel. Can you imagine? And if the white person was fighting, he would be a freedom fighter, because the black person is fighting him is a rebel. Anyways, 300 points. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Tiffany, 300 points. Then David, if you Taki's, it's actually Taki's War, but it's a rebellion. David, Donmel, Andrew, okay, Brittany, Don. So what is struck like rebellion?
All right.
All right.
And the score as it is, Andrew and Brittany on 100 points. Daniel, 400 points. Andrew, 600 points. Tiffany, 800 points. Ricardo, 1,000 points. And Short Life, 1,100 points.
All right, so Tiffany is keeping it rebellion. This was the first of two wars between the British, and it also happened from 1728 to 1740. So this was the first of two wars between the British, and it also happened from 1728 to 1740. And it's a double score answer. So you're going to get 400 points added to your score, and then the overall score, it's going to be doubled. So it was the first of two wars. Oh my goodness, the history teacher was not wasting their time. Or is it Google? Mr. Baron, you have Andrew named twice. You have Andrew named twice? Or you just read it twice?
Oh, and this
the 100 points they got. So cross out that 100 over
that's
there.
really, exactly, that's really 100 points went. Okay, so it's correct. So Andrew, 600 points.
All right. Okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is the first Maroon War? The first Maroon War began in 1728. The campaign against them made the Maroons more determined than ever. Under their leader called Cudjoe, the Maroons fought back. In 1739, the British and the Maroons made peace. So this was the first Maroon War. Right, and this is for 400 points, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. All right, let's see who came in with the correct response. All right, so Andrew, what is the first Maroon War? It has to be first. It's the first Maroon War. Then Dunmel also got, but he didn't put first, and then Brittany came up with it, but didn't put first. Also David, Monica, and that's all the answers came in. Oh, the first was, oh, sorry, first was already in the sentence, in the hold on. In the statement. Okay, you're right, Ricardo. So sorry, Dunmel gets that point. So Dunmel gets that point.
With what points?
400. And then you're gonna double his score overall. Thanks for the correction there. So it's Dunmel's point. Sorry, Andrew.
Okay, and the score as it is Brittany 100 points, Andrew 600 points, Tiffany 800 points, Ricardo 1,000 points, Shop Life 1,100 points, and Danmel 1,600 points.
Danmel gonna lead. All right, Rebellion. This unrest happened in the 1930s. Name the unrest. This unrest happened in the 1930s and it's for 500 points. So this unrest happened in the 1930s. Yes, yeah, said what is the first of two wars? So you didn't have to put back first again because I had already mentioned that it was the first of the two. So that you didn't have to put back first in there. So if the person who had had it before didn't have first, then they're still correct because first was already in the statement. Don't bite me.
Let's see, back fever for me. Somebody actually could use something else. Okay.
All right. So I see it is not written how I have it, but these answers are correct. So let me just reveal the answer. And it is, what is the 1938 strike? The 1938 strike. So when I read the fun fact, you'll see why persons in the chat are going to get it correct, although they didn't write it as 1938 strike. By 1938, Jamaica was rife for labor unrest. Laborers were grossly underpaid and several strikes broke out across the island, with workers all asking for the same thing, better wages, which is what continued to happen today. The most outstanding of these unrest was the riot at Frome Sugar Factory, which occurred in May of that 1938. So you see, history is repeating itself. Although it had not changed over the years, we're still at that point where it's like we're stuck there. Every time it's the same thing: better wages, better wages, better wages. But time is the master. Okay, Rebellion 500. Okay, so let's see who picked up those 500 points. Under rebellion. So rebellion, protest. So first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. That is for 500 points.
Tiffany for 500?
Mm-hmm. And Don Mel, anything could have gone because all of these were unrest. At the Sugar Estate Rebellion, Brittany, Labor protest, British West Indian Labor War, Andrew, Labor unrest. It just depends on how you termed it. And what is British West Indian Labor unrest? All right. So Tiffany, choose the next category and for how many points? What? Hold on. Let me just read what you said over here. Oh, Andrew, because I can't read all of it. Let me just catch up. No, Andrew. What we're saying is that it's 2 wars, and I already mentioned that the time period was when the first of 2 wars was fought. So from the fact that I put first and that time period, it means that I have already established that it was the first of the Maroon War. So even if the person didn't put first, I already established that it was the first, and it was the Maroon War. So if you put Maroon War alone, it's correct because I already established in the statement that it was the first and it took place between this period to that period. All right, national eras for 100. So Tiffany, national era. Oh. Jamaica's first national era. Everybody run out. Jamaica's first national era. Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer I'm looking for, so no delays. Who is Marcus Garvey? Footnote, Jamaica, fun fact, Jamaica's first national era was born in St. Anne's Bay, St. Anne on August 17, 1887, and it's Marcus Garvey. That is for 100 points, so let's see who picked up those 100 points. I don't know that name. I don't know that name, Ricardo. So Dan Mel, 100 points. Then David, Brittany, Osh, then Tiffany, Andrew. That's how the answers came in.
Okay, so we still have a lot more to go.
So Don Mel, choose the next category and for how many points. And Ricardo, try your tears. Hush.
So the score as it is: Brittany 100 points, Danmel and Andrew 600 points, Ricardo 1,000 points, Chuck Life 1,100 points, Tiffany 1,300 points, and Danmel 1,700 points. Well, Danmel, come on, take over everybody.
I tell you. So 200 national eras. Year the order of national era was passed by Parliament. So just the year. Name the year the order of national era was passed by Parliament. What year? Ricardo, you're trying to get ahead of everybody. Why are you cheating? You love shiny stuff. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is 1969. Fun fact, the Order of National Hero was created by the National Honors and Awards Act, which was passed by Parliament in 1969. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Brittany, 200 points. Then David, Brittany, 200 points. So Brittany, choose the next category and for how many points? Brittany, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, 300. Year the Right Excellent Nanny of the Maroons was given the Order of National Hero. Name the year that Nanny was named National Hero. Year that Nanny was named National Hero. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is 1975? So fun fact, in 1975, the government of Jamaica declared Nanny their only female national hero by celebrating her success as a leader. Her image is printed on the Jamaican $500 note, which is referred to as a nanny. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Right, I've refreshed. So it started there. David, 300 points. Then Ricardo, Brittany. That's how the answers came in. So David choosing it. Okay, it's chosen already. So 400. Year Paul Bogle was born. Why does that say? Year Paul Bogle was born. What year was Paul Bogle born? That? It coming up on the one. John Mel. Made a mistake. Let's make it a triangle. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays, and it is what is 1822. So Paul Bogle was born in 1822. Paul Bogle, 1822 to 24th October 1865. That's when he met his untimely death. Was a Jamaican Baptist deacon and activist. So that is for 400 points. You're confident, team? David. Let me see. Yes, David for 400 points for David, and he's going on to finish up eras for 500. Not read out the points there.
So
I revealed it already. This hero said, I would rather die upon yonder gallows than to live in slavery. Name the hero. This hero said, I would rather die upon yonder gallows than to live in slavery. And it's a double point answer, so 1,000 points for the person who get the correct name. And remember, name of a person is who is. Name of a person is who is. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. So let me refresh from now and no delays. And it is who is Samuel Sharp or who is Sam Sharp. All right, so fun fact, Samuel Sharp was hanged on May 23, 1832. In 1834, the Abolition Bill was passed by the British Parliament, and in 1838, slavery was abolished. Sharp had said, I would rather die upon yonder gallows than live in slavery. All right, and that is for 1,000 points. So let's see who picked up those 1,000 points. Tiffany, 1,000 points. And Don Mel, sorry, Don.
Tiffany, 1,000 points?
Mm-hmm. Got the typo again. Then Ricardo, Monica. Okay, Monica, no. What is, and then Brittany. You want to read out the score?
Okay, score as it is. Brittany, 300 points. Andrew, 600 points. Ricardo, 1,000 points. Truck Life, 1,100 points. David, 700 points. Danmel, 1,700 points. And Tiffany, 2,300 points.
All right.
So Tiffany lead.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So choose, Tiffany, choose how many points you want from the last category. Where are you starting? How many points do you want to start with out of the last category? All right, you're starting at the top. What? Here. Okay. So national symbols. Name this national fruit. Okay, national fruit. What do you call that? Yes, Ricardo. 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 What's it? Yeah, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Aki, and that is for 100 points. Oh my God, Ricardo. All right, so that is for 100 points. So let's see who came in first with the correct response. Tiffany for 100 points, and Ricardo, Donmel, Brittany didn't get to finish typing, and then Monica. All right, Tiffany saying 300. Name this national symbol. Name this national symbol. Stop. Ricardo. You're going to delegitimize your answer even if you want it's correct and if you keep doing that. So stick with the script, boss. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is the hummingbird or the doctor bird, whichever I see first is correct. one or the other. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Dunmel, 300 points. Then Ricardo, Andrew, Tiffany, Primo, Links, welcome, welcome. Monica. No, it is not work for me. No, it's not gonna work for you. And then Brittany. All right, choose the next. Choose how many points you want. No, Tiffany. Oh, Dunmel, sorry, 400 points. Name this national symbol. Oh. I can't keep my hand like this. Watch here. I want to sleep.
Game over.
You want to sleep?
Sleep, you want to sleep.
Let me do the next one. You can't just sleep. All right, come. I cannot keep my hand like that. All right. I see the answer. Wait. Yeah, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is lignum vitae, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Okay, Tiffany, 400 points. Then Ricardo.
Tiffany, 400 points.
Monica, Dunmel, Brittany, but the typo. That's how the answers came in. That's the 400 points. So 2 different points left on the board. Okay, so she's going for 200.
Seems like Tiffany is going to win the night tonight.
All right, name that national symbol. Come on, Dominic, don't put you up. Stay underneath here and sleep.
People believe this as again. Please, what you saying.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is coat of arms, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo, 200 points. Then Andrew, Tiffany, Dunmel, typo, Brittany, and Monica. All right, and then we are down to the last point. So I'm just going to reveal it. It's for 500 points. Name this national symbol. Name this national symbol. Right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Bloomaho, and that is for 500 points. So the board is empty. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. then Tiffany, 500, then Don Mel, Monica, regardless of what this whole time, what tree. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Yes, David. His name is Jesse. He wants to sleep now. All right, so congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to everyone who participated and was able to answer. And remember, the race is not for the swift, but those who can endure it to the end. It's just a game of speed and internet, good internet.
And everyone who participated did well. So we start with number 5. Number 5. Well, the 5th person. All right, number 5, with Andrew, taking away 600 points. Truck Life in 4th place, 1,100 points. And Ricardo, 3rd place, 1,700 points. Daniel, 2nd place, 2,000 points. And Tiffany, 2,800 points.
All right, so congratulations to Tiffany, then Donmel. Oh, wow. So Tiffany has taken the night away. Truck Life. Okay, Andrew. Okay, so congratulations. Tiffany said it's been ages since I will come first. Well, well played game, Tiffany. Well played. So again, congratulations. Baron, the 700 go hide. How much? No, David got, you missed David. David got 700 points.
Oh, shit.
And Andrew only got 600 points.
Sorry.
David.
My bad. It's David.
Gosh, Andrew, you come, you're 6 bars tonight. A long time, we not done nobody 6 bars.
Sorry, David, my bad.
David, that short can go for you. Welcome, Daniel. Happy Friday. How are you?
Can you imagine? I want to take away the man points.
Baron, why you are my friend? Okay, guys. So thank you so much for watch yourself, you know. You hear?
No, man, I correct it.
I call you up on the playground.
Yeah, I correct it, David.
All right, see now, nobody call him out on the playground, Ricardo. Him correct it. You're glad 6 bars, Andrew. All right, guys. So thank you so much for your continued support. Really love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to those who have been here since the beginning. Thank you to those who joined us midway and those who continue or joining us at this point in time. Really appreciate each and every one. And we don't take it for granted that you could have been elsewhere and you chose to be with us. So thank you. 408 digit for David.
For David? 408 digit? Okay, 408 digit for David.
Yes, Andrew, big up until next time. All right, guys, so we are going to say good night. Again, thank you so much. Really appreciate all of you. And I'm going to say safe travel on the gravel until Tuesday. Tomorrow, tune into Reason with Ratigan, which will start 3 p.m. New York time and 2 p.m. Soon put it to bed. And 2 p.m. Jamaica time, and also Town Hall with Wayne Lonesome on Sunday evening, and then we will be back with you on Tuesday. And tune into all the other platforms who are continuing to hold the government accountable, because it's one voice. The message might be said in a different way, but it's one voice saying the same thing. All right, so thank you guys so much. Really appreciate each and every one, and thank you all for joining on the movement. Oh, 100-meter finals tomorrow.
Oh.
Okay, so guys, in between the 100-meter please remember to tune into Reason with Rattigan. It's going to be a very, very important show tomorrow because apparently he's having some retired FBI agents on to give some really important information. All right. So until next week, take care, safe travel on the gravel. Bye.